Hello?
Hello.
Um, okay, so we found this Wikipedia article
Which
on
I haven't read but would
no,
love
neither
to
did I. I didn't
read.
read it, but we can read it now.
Yeah.
It's on Islam and Mormonism. So let's just read it through. It's actually pretty long. It's actually really long. So let's see. Islam and Mormonism have been compared to one another since the earliest origins of the latter in the 19th century, sometimes by detractors of one or both religions, but also at least once by Joseph Smith, founder of the Latter day Saints movement himself. Smith was also frequently referred to as the modern Muhammad by several publications of the era, notably the New York Herald, shortly after his assassination in 1844. The epithet repeated a comparison that had been made from Smith's earliest career, one that was not intended at the time to be complimentary. Comparison of the Mormon and Muslim prophets still occurs today, sometimes for derogatory or polemical reasons, but also for more scholarly and neutral purposes. Although Mormonism and Islam have many similarities, there are also significant differences between the two religions. Mormon Muslim relations have historically been cordial. Recent years have seen increased dialogue between the adherents of the two faiths and cooperation in charitable endeavors. Mormons are also frequently compared to Ahmadi Muslims, specifically with many noting distinct similarities in both groups' relative age, history, culture, approach to missionary work, and general lack of acceptance from mainstream Islam and Christianity. Okay.
Nothing controversial there.
No. Overview. Islam and Latter day Saint theology both originate in the Abrahamic literature. LDS theology differs from mainstream Christianity and being non-Trinitarian. However, whereas Islam insists upon the eternity, complete oneness of the uniqueness of God Allah, LDS Christianity asserts that the Godhead is made up of three distinct beings: Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, and Holy Ghost, so united with one person as to be indistinguishable. Furthermore, its doctrine of eternal progression asserts that God was once a man and that humans may become gods themselves. All of this is emphatically rejected by Islam, which views these doctrines as polytheistic, sinful, and idolatrous. Today, totally the opposition to the revelation of the Quran and the teaching of Muhammad, the final prophet. Both Islam and Latter day Saints believe that Christian religion, as originally established by Jesus, was a true religion, but that Christianity subsequently became deformed to the point that it was beyond simple reformation. Hence, each religion sees its founder, Muhammad for Islam and Joseph Smith for the LDS Church, as being true prophets of God called to reestablish the true faith. However, each religion differs in regards to how it views Jesus. Latter day Saints see him as a promised Messiah and the Son of God, as in this case around mainstream Christianity. Islam agrees that Jesus, whom the Quran calls Isha, was a Messiah in his own right, but insists that he was only a mortal man, not the Son of God or a divine being. Despite great opposition from many other Christian branches, Latter day Saints identify themselves as a Christian religion, the restoration of primitive Christianity. Islam does not refer to itself as Christian. It asserts that Jesus and all true followers of Christ's teachings were and are actually Muslims, a term that means submitters to God in their belief, not Christians as the term is used today. Um,
So, I mean, I would call it American Gnosticism because it's basically. Okay, Gnosticism, as I understand it, is all these people claiming to be Christians selling their snake oil to anybody who will buy them until Constantine decided he wanted to adopt Christianity as the religion of Rome. And when he did that, he knew he had to get Christian bishops to agree on Christian doctrine, and that was the purpose of the councils of Nicaea. So he wasn't doing it for fun, but he knew that he wasn't in a position to say Christianity is X, Y, and Z. He needed people who claim to be Christian to say it's this or that or the other. And that was really the purpose of the Council of Nicaea. And then and that was in 325, and it was only in the year 380 that the Roman Empire passed the Edict of Thessalonica, saying any other kind of Christianity that was not Trinitarian would be declared illegal and would be persecuted. That is so essential in understanding the history of Christianity. And so, what I call American Gnosticism is basically Americans saying, we've got the First Amendment now, we can make up any cult we like. And I'm going to use Jesus, which, Americans kind of like, and give it an American twist with the purpose of, maybe making white people go forth and multiply. It's a racist religion when Joseph Smith propagated it, and its purpose was to get as many white people practicing polygamy ASAP.
All
But
right.
the monogamists who were Trinitarian Christians were having none of it.
All right, let's go move on to similar origins. Similarities exist between the origins of Islam and those of Mormonism. Both Muhammad and Joseph Smith were reportedly inspired to start their movement by angelic visits. The angelic Gabriel in the case of Muhammad, and the angel Moroni for Joseph Smith. Following a visit Smith claimed to have received from God and Jesus Christ 3 years earlier. In each event, the angel in question helped to prepare the prophet to receive a series of revelations from God. Both Muhammad and Joseph Smith left behind authorized books they claimed to be direct revelations from God, books that their followers accept as scripture. So you're wrong. The Book of Mormon is a direct revelation from God, it claims to be. Both Muhammad and Joseph Smith were persecuted by hostile locals and later forced to relocate during the formative periods of their careers. Both Muhammad and Joseph Smith established theocratic city states during their respective ministries, Muhammad being invited to take the rule of Medina while Joseph would found Nauvoo, Illinois. Both Islam and Mormonism historically celebrate historical acts of migration in response to persecution as core elements to the faith and identity. Muhammad's migration from Mecca to Medina, Hijra, is a critical event in Islamic history, making the beginning of the Islamic calendar and serving as a foundational aspect of Islamic faith and history. Similarly, Mormonism migration from Missouri to Illinois and later Alta California, present day Utah, by the Mormon Trail, a journey both celebrated and mythologized in Mormon literature and theology. Both Islam and Mormonism were found with extremely specific organizational and hierarchical structures to govern their respective communities. In Islam, religious and political leaders were combined following the Hijra, leading to the development of a consultative community and later the caliphate system. Mormonism in the Utah Territory followed a similar model under Brigham Young and his successor, with both religious and political powers being designated to the current prophet in a quorum of 12 apostles. Both caliphate and Mormon secession systems are based largely on committee. Both Islam and Mormonism were founded in the introduction of new holy texts considered to be revelations from God. In Islam, the Quran is believed to be the literal word of God as revealed to Muhammad. In Mormonism, the Book of Mormon is considered to be an account of ancient inhabitants in America and their interactions with God as revealed to Joseph Smith. Okay, so, they also have scripture revealed by God, Claire.
Yes, I know, but it was really Joseph Smith making it up.
Well, what's his name was making it up too, so
Muhammad, well, it has, well, significantly higher numbers of adherents
that
than the
doesn't
religion
change
of Joseph
anything.
Smith. And it makes sense. It actually makes sense.
Well, I don't know if it makes sense. I don't know if flying to a mosque on a horse makes sense, but
Well,
you
they're not
know,
required to believe it. It's some dream sequence or whatever. But Muslims aren't required to believe in it. In fact, they don't know what it means anyway. But I mean, if you're asking to believe, white people to believe that the Mormon God is like Zeus, then it's obviously not that sophisticated.
Well, I no, see, Clay, you're just like, well, if it's not my way, it's not sophisticated because, and that's just like, no, I don't. White people don't listen to just because statements unless they're, the stupid ones do. Well, it's polytheism is just not as good as monotheism because, like, white people
Because
want to.
monotheism it's like one-stop shopping, right? You have the idea of shopping, and then the more sophisticated idea is one-stop shopping.
Okay, well, some people,
Monotheism is
but
one-stop
okay, my
shopping.
uncle, who's a world top chef, likes going to Europe because he likes having to go to a different cheese store and then have to go to the meat store. He feels that like all these separate little stores where all these artisans are crafting makes it like more makes a better product, and he prefers that. He doesn't want to go to Walmart and get his meat and his cheese, and he actually prefers going out to all the different little shops.
Yes, he enjoys shopping, right?
No,
But
but he also
if he's
feels
in
it
a
makes better
hurry, he
quality.
wants everything to be in the same place so he can do his shopping in a mall.
No, well, he
Mall.
doesn't
Is it
want to do
mall
it
or
in a mall. He
mall?
thinks it's better this artisan, everyone eat, individual cheese shops that compete with each other and, stuff like that.
Okay, that's free competition. Yes, free competition versus a monopoly. So, I mean, if you're an economist, you would instantly be favoring, free competition and objecting to monopolies, because the idea is that if you're a monopoly, you're going to be abusing your position as the only supplier of whatever it is that you're supplying. And monopolies can get so powerful that even the monarch fears to challenge it. And in English history, you had to apply to the monarch for a letters patent, um, or a royal charter to run your monopoly, because otherwise, you might threaten the monarch, and the monarch might, come for you. And therefore, the only way to clear your position with the monarch is to get a royal charter. I mean, you can look it up. I mean, certainly it operated in Tudor times under the first Elizabeth. I mean, and in
Okay,
America,
well,
you
I'm
you
just
have
saying that
antitrust
that not
laws.
everyone, some people actually. Well, the thing is that with polytheism, there's a bunch of cheese shops that are all fighting with each other in order to make the best cheese and get the best price. So it's better to have polytheism than it is to have, one Walmart where it's just there's nowhere else you can go, and you just get what you get, and that's it, and there's no competition.
Yeah, but Walmart is for, well, people who can't afford, all these sort of specialist cheese shops and things. I
Yeah, I
don't
know,
know
and
if you.
that's it. That's monotheism and Islam. Islam is one Walmart, and no one else can operate. And polytheism is like hundreds of cheese shops with all different, versions and prices and selections and that kind of thing. So you're basically, selling Walmart ware, but also with Islam, it becomes the only where you can really get, and it
Islam protects freedom of belief. I mean, I
okay, but it
know.
also squelches it. Its ultimate goal is to get rid of freedom of belief. So it's Walmart trying to take over the whole market and saying, well, at least we don't have control of everything. We're just destroying, we're destroying your small businesses, and maybe there'll be some of your unique cheese shops left when we're done, but certainly not as many as there were. And we're definitely going to destroy that culture of multiplicity in the ability to go to different cheese shops to find cheese.
Well, actually, just a moment. Sorry. Right. Before I was distracted, I did want to say something about something you may actually not know about. But if you lived in London, if you went to the city, you would find something called Fishmonger's Lane, and it's not the only street in London in the olden days where you could get basically a street full of fishmongers or ironmongers or okay, I can't think of any other occupation, but obviously it would make sense. It's like we sell fish, we are in competition with each other, and anyone who wants to buy fish would come to Fishmonger's Lane, and and then it would be easier for them to buy their fish and compare prices, etc., etc. And you have places like Covent Garden, which was a vegetable and fruit market, or even a flower market. So you get all these sort of specialized markets for people who just want to buy flowers and fruit or vegetables and fish or whatever. So you can see why the idea of a fishmonger's lane is a more advanced idea than just a fishmonger just selling fish.
No,
I mean,
that
can
no,
you
that well,
see?
exactly. A fishmonger's lane is polytheism, and a single fishmonger is monotheism.
Okay, I think even as you deny the existence of God, you can see the hypothetical usefulness of these concepts to to say that the most the most powerful being conceivable would agree with you, whatever it is that you happen to be saying. Yes? Can you see the
No, yeah, but
utility
this is
of
just.
that?
Oh, I said that the most powerful God conceivable would agree with what I just said, so therefore,
I am
so
right, and you should do what I say. Can you
yeah,
see the utility
That's
of
just so
that?
retarded, and it's
Why is it
Judeo-Asiatic.
retarded?
It's just to say, well, the most powerful conceivable being on Earth would agree with I said, so therefore, ha ha ha. Like that's not like that's just not. Yeah, that's very Judeo-Asiatic. Just like because I said so. You know what
No,
I mean? Like without any
no.
kind of.
If you just said so, people would just say, Vincent, it's your stupid idea and
It
your
is, but
stupid
so is the
opinion.
most
Why the
powerful
hell
one.
should we listen to your dumb ideas?
So is the
Don't
one
you
most
see the
powerful God
problem?
conceivable. It's just, it's just you're adding on an imaginary, and European people are going to say you just made that up, and
No, I
no,
didn't make it up. The Europeans have been familiar with the concept of the Abrahamic God centuries before I was ever born. I'm
no,
not
but it wasn't
using
natural
my
to us. It's
idea
not
to
natural to us. It's not our natural state. That's why
nonsense. The
the
West was
Abrahamic
built
God is not the white
on
man's natural
Christianity, wasn't
state.
it?
White people didn't create the Abrahamic God. We created materialistic polytheistic gods.
So is Constantine white or Western? I mean, and any of those things?
Well,
I mean,
okay, that yeah, you're talking about after there was like, revolution and everything, and kind of like the forcing of the schools and stuff were closed, and then they got control, and then white people were subverted, and then you're saying, well, look how Abrahamic they were then, but that wasn't their baseline. They didn't, it didn't come from their culture, it didn't come from their genealogy. It came from a foreign people, and they got infected with it, but it's not their baseline, and that's
what
why
is the baseline of any people? I don't think anybody even knows. That they're just saying, well, we're going to look around and find what ideas there are that will advance our interests as a group. And obviously there was a reason why Constantine decided to adopt Christianity, and I've been telling you more than a few times that it was because the Roman imperial cult was failing. People don't change their religion for fun, Vincent, and you know it. And therefore there was something in Christianity that made Constantine think, well, that would be a better religion than the failing imperial cult that
yeah, and
nobody understands,
we didn't really act, and
agrees with.
we made it more white, and we made God material, and
Sorry,
we
who made God material? Oh, you're saying Constantine adopted Christianity, which was the worship of a Jew.
well, I'm saying that the white people destroyed Judaism and put paganism into it anyway. Christianity is partially pagan. It's partially polytheistic materialism. They did corrupt it a little bit, so you can't just say it's pure Abrahamism because it's not. And and even then they still didn't want to keep it, and they still don't live like that because it's not in their nature.
Sorry, they didn't want to keep what, and they
They didn't
didn't
want to
live
keep
like what?
Christianity. Claire, it's so hard to have a
No,
conversation with
no,
you.
no. I'm trying to make you concentrate on these words that you use that you want to swiftly pass over because
They didn't want to keep Christianity. They obviously
yes,
like
yes, and that's why they had liberalism because
yeah,
Christianity was
because they're
kaput.
because
It was
their
kaput
baseline
before I was born.
their
250 years ago, the founding fathers thought Christianity was kaput. Yes, that's why they said no. We're not having Christianity supporting monarchy in our American Republic. Fuck off. And the French thought, hey, what a great idea. Fuck off, French
because it's not
king.
in our nature to do this, Claire. It's not in our
Do what?
nature
Do what?
to be monotheists. It's not in our nature.
Look, Vincent, I don't know who appointed you to speak on behalf of
Why
white
did why
people
did we create
everywhere.
materialistic
Because I,
poly
I, I know there are lots of white people who glitter on about their Judeo Christian heritage. So
it's
you're just
dying.
waving it away.
Like you said,
Who's
it's
the most
dying.
high
People don't
status
take it
white person?
seriously. They're dying. People don't take it seriously. They want competition of ideas. They do want competition of ideas. White culture is based upon competition of
Yeah, yeah. So,
ideas.
so, so who? If you want to have competition, who decides who won? What,
Well,
what,
in the past, it used to be that, the king would say what everyone's religion was, but, now nobody wins because, we're also, divided over it. But the thing is that monotheism collapsed in the White West because it's just not our natural state to be like that. It's just not
no.
what we would create on our own. And even the monotheism we did create was corrupted. It had the Trinity, and it said that God became material. So it wasn't even really pure Abrahamism. It was actually, I mean, Christianity really is paganism. I mean, it's like,
Sam Samuels would agree with you.
well, it's probably the least pagan of the pagan religions, but it's still pagan. So, you can't even really say that Christianity, you know, brought Abrahamism into Europe because they corrupted it to the point that it's not really Abrahamism anymore.
Well, Christianity is one of the Abrahamic religions, and the Abrahamic religions are basically religions that have something to do with the worship of the Abrahamic God. And whether you like it or not, Christians culturally appropriated the Old Testament and said, right, we're going to merge it with our New Testament and call it the Christian Bible. And you are right that Christians have corrupted the idea of monotheism by blending God, the God of Israel, who is also Allah, with a dead Jew on a stick, and the Holy Spirit. They blended it together and said that God, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are equal in status. They are co eternal, co substantial, and co equal. That is the doctrine of the Trinity. And I have also explained to you why it had to be like that because of what the theologians feared. The Christian theologians feared that Jews, in a theological debate with them, would be saying, yo, Christians, your this God that you worship, this dead Jew on a stick, well, he's not as powerful as the God of Israel, and therefore you lose. And
Stephen
therefore,
J. James is here. Let's see if Stephen J. James wants to come in into the
all
Stephen J.
right,
James.
but
I'm posting the link because
no,
he's talking.
he'll call us autistic. He's not interested in theology, and I'm just going to
But we're
make my
talking about
point.
Mormonism, and he said Mormonism makes more
Yeah, because
sense.
it's an ethno religion, and he likes it that it's racist, But he has this sort of confusion, identity confusion, because he thinks he's an American. He's not American. He's a Briton. But
I know,
anyway,
but well, the Mormonism was actually for Anglo-Saxon. I mean, and they were British Israelists, and they actually mentioned, oh, we're Anglo-Saxon. So as a British person, he would easily fit into the Muslim fold. I don't know how it works for Italians and these types of people, or Eastern Europeans or Russians. But anyway, while we're waiting for Stephen J. James to come on, let's continue with the Wikipedia
no,
article.
no, no,
And
no. I haven't finished making my point.
okay,
And my
go ahead.
point is that, instead of using violence to settle all our disputes, we can have this idea about, of the person who knows the truth, the person who exercises logic, the person who is moral, would agree with whatever it is you're arguing for. And that is how you win arguments without resorting to violence. And I think you're quite wrong to just hand wave it away and say, oh, it's not Western, because I think this process of deciding arguments without resorting to resolving disputes without resorting to violence would be in the interest of any race. And this is what I've given
Okay,
to
are
you.
you saying that Muslims are not able to, are so not violent with each other, and that Islam has
Yeah,
made them
because they're
so?
dumb.
Okay, well, Islam obviously
You
has
know
not
what
made
they've
it.
done? They've actually, the rulers of Islam actually don't want the subjects to, the Muslims under them to even read the Quran. They have this really retarded way of learning the Quran. It's like, oh, I mean, it's a bit like Hebrew, I suppose. People who are religious, they want to learn Hebrew, they want to learn Arabic, and they know how to pronounce the words because it's phonetic. And then they think, oh, I'm so clever, I can read the Quran in Arabic, when they don't know what the hell it even means. And actually, that over the centuries between rulers and ordinary people, rulers have been calling people who say, well, this isn't what the Quran says, and they've been calling them all kinds of names, like, Khawarij and, whatever, implying that the extremists and whatever. And I think the same thing have been done to Muslims who can read and question the interpretation of their government, and basically they were called names and told to fuck off. And a lot of them still don't even know that. And they just want to follow their stupid traditions that they don't want to question because they don't want to go outside the Islamic fold. And I'm saying anybody who understands the rule book will just by definition be smarter than the people who don't understand the rule book. And we can all be our own lawyers, and we can all know our rights,
Okay,
and we
well,
can all.
there's plenty of Muslim imams that do nothing but read Islam all day, and
Yeah,
they're
and they're
dumb.
really dumb, like that William fucking Brett Brianis. And it's such a disgrace that a white man should just adopt the hidebound methods of how these Muslims just can't even. Anyway, I think he's dumb, and I know he's too afraid to step outside the fold, and that's why he feels he has to punch down on secular Quranism, because he knows that the people around him, the Muslims that he preaches to, won't get it, and he's too afraid to contradict them.
Okay, let's continue with God in Mormonism and Islam. So God, perhaps the greatest single area of significance between Mormons and Muslims lies in their religious differing concepts of God. In Islam, Allah is seen as being unique, totally transcendent, absolutely and invisibly one. The concept is called Tawhid in Islam theology and does not admit the possibility of division in the Godhead, either in personality, essence, or otherwise. It holds that God,
Tawhid, just for the
Tawhid.
red. Yes.
In other words, hold on, I think Stephen J. James just came in. Hold on. Yeah, it is Stephen J. James. Stephen, just wait 1 second. We're just give us
Oh,
3 minutes.
okay, okay.
Just give us 3 minutes to get through God. It holds
There's an
that.
echo.
What?
Yeah, there is an echo. There is an echo, Stephen. If you can fix that on your end, it holds that God in one. Wahid, and unique Ahad. The very term Allah itself is singular and does not have a plural form in Arabic. Allah is perceived by Muslims to be a unique, independent, and indivisible being who is utterly independent and of who precedes all of creation, having contended all of it ex nihilo. Hence, the idea that there could be more than one God or that God could be composed of distinct persons, however uniting these persons might be alleged to be in substance, as is held in the mainstream Trinitarian theology of Christianity, or in purpose alone, as alleged by Mormons in opposition to Christian doctrine, is all heresy of the worst possible kind for a Muslim. In fact, such ideas are referred to as shirk, which is the most serious sin in Islamic law and the only one designed by the Quran as being utterly unpardonable for the person who dies in it. In stark contrast, the God Mormons believe in a Godhead composed of three separate and distinct beings who function as a single unified God under the director of the Father, who is held by the senior member of the Triad. Although the Book of Mormon and Doctrine and Covenants clearly identify Father, Son, and Ghost as being one God, this unity is seen as metaphorical oneness in spirit, purpose, and glory rather than in physical or bodily union. The Mormon Book of Abraham, in its account of creation, one that generally parallels the one in the Book of Genesis, speaks of gods rather than God as accomplishing the act of creation. The Mormon apostle Jeffrey R. Holland elaborated upon this concept during the General Conference of LDS Church in 2007. Here he states, "We believe these three divine persons constituting a single head Godhead are united in purpose and manner and testimony and mission. We believe them to be filled with the same godly sense of mercy and love, justice and grace, patience and forgiveness and redemption. I think it is accurate to say we believe they are one in every significance and eternal aspect imaginable, except believing them to be three persons combined in one substance. A Trinitarian notion never set forth in Scripture because it is not true. We declare it is self-evident from the Scriptures that the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost are separate persons, three divine beings. Nothing such unequivocal illustrations as the Savior's great intercessory prayer, John 17, his baptism at the hands of John, the experience of the Mount of Transfiguration, and the martyrdom of Stephen, to name just four. Latter-day Saints believe in marked contrast to Islam that God the Father and Jesus Christ each have physical bodies of flesh and bone, and that the Father was once a man who progressed to become what he is today. Furthermore, they believe that man is capable, by embracing and adhering completely to the Mormon religion, of evolving into God himself in the next life, the LDS equivalent of theosis. In addition, the existence of being colloquially known as Heavenly Mother is affirmed by LDS Church, though prayer to her or speaking of her as being part of the Mormon Godhead are not encouraged. Islam rejects all of these concepts, whereas Muslims believe that Allah is absolutely above and separate from all his creation, having created all of things from nothing. Mormonism considers both matter and intelligence to be co-eternal with him. Rather, God, according to Mormonism, organizes the elements into planets, stars, living beings, and so forth. Islam considers this concept to be a deification of creation, which it sees as another form of shirk. Okay, so Stephen is here. So, well, before Stephen talks, Claire, so obviously Mormonism is idolatry if it believes um that God has and Jesus have flesh and blood, but it believes that they're separate. And also, so it seems that matter and intelligence, matter are co-eternal with him. So matter always existed, intelligence always existed, and God is just the organizer of these things. Stephen, are you there?
Can you say what you just
Yes,
said again?
yeah. Just a minute. I'm here, but I'm just to let you know I'm at my parents' place for Sunday lunch, so I'll be getting my lunch in a moment. But carry
Okay.
on.
Well, okay. So Stephen, are you well, okay, Stephen, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about what we just talked about, the concept of God, or do you want to talk to Stephen about why he thinks that Mormonism makes more sense than Islam?
Well, I think I
Stephen,
know why Stephen things
Stephen, why do you
prefers
think
Mormonism
why do you think Mormonism makes more sense than Islam?
because it's white.
Look, Claire got very triggered, didn't she, by just the fact that you were going to let me on, Vincent, just to even discuss it. She is very protective of her little bubble here. She hopes to like rope me into it. That's never going to happen. But if I was looking for some church, faith, group, social club or something, maybe Mormonism might be a decent option. There's lot there from the outside looking in. There's lots of positives about it. I think you want me to tell you why it's theologically sound or something. I'm not here to do that, Vincent. But looking from the outside in, they look like healthy people. They look like they have positive social benefits and things like that. It might
Okay,
be
well,
a
that's,
good
I
move.
mean, you don't want to go any deeper than that. You don't want to go any deeper than shallow, no drinking, no smoking. So, therefore, it must be suitable. I mean, don't you think? I mean, so you just don't care if God is corporal or not. It just doesn't matter to you whether God is physical or not.
Look, I don't know about these things, but I do actually have to go and grab my lunch. I can be back in 5 minutes. All right.
Okay, be back in 5 minutes. Okay, Claire. So we'll just talk about idolatry. So the point that I make is that the Mormon God would make us kind of focus more in on science, right? Because, you know, God is material and God is subjected to the physical laws of the universe. So there's nothing unscientific to sit around and contemplate. There's no mysteries of the universe. It's all just science. It's all just matter and physical law, and God used physical law in order to construct the universe. So I mean, it's in my opinion more suitable for white people because it would get us, focused on God being material, and so study the material. If God is material, then study materialism. Why would you study? Why would you sit and contemplate mysteries that can never be solved?
It's not really a mystery when you think. Okay, when you reason about how the universe came into being, I mean, there are two options, right? That God created the universe, or it was already there, and therefore there is no need for God to create it. I don't know if you have heard of what Voltaire said about. Well, he said, if God did not exist, it would be necessary to create him. What do you think he meant by that?
God is uncreated, so you cannot. No, I'm saying if God is the physical universe and God is uncreated, then there's no need for a magical God. This is just you just want God to be magic. You just don't want him to be, you just don't want him to be something that's logical and makes sense.
No, I am making more sense than you. You're saying we hate Jews, we hate the
No,
Abrahamic
we hate magic.
religions.
I hate magic. I hate
It's not
superstition.
magic. It's not magic.
Yes, to
There's
say that
nothing
God.
magical in saying that if the universe were created, then there had to be a creator.
No, it's magical to say that God is outside space of time and is not in matter and used non-science to make the universe.
Look, I do not rely on any kind of superstition at all. I keep saying that Jews are the world's
Where
most
is this
ancient and
outside space
powerful
and time?
tribe because
Where does
they
this
believe the
exist?
most.
Where does this magical realm of outside space and time exist? Where is it?
Because of course, obviously, I can't point to it if
Okay,
it
so
is
then
outside
it's
space and
stupid.
time. But we are talking about ideas, and you cannot deny that Jews are the world's most ancient and powerful tribe because they
For
worship the
now,
most
and
powerful
you're
being
just betting on them
conceivable,
always
and you can't
being
deny it.
there.
There's no magic involved. You can't deny it, even though you hate them and want them out of the way. And
There
all
is
the
magic
religions
involved.
that were
Oh,
offshoots of
Claire, you are
Judaism, they
incapable.
exist, and you can't explain it.
No, Claire, I'm sorry, but as a non-white person, you are incapable of understanding how being unable you don't understand how it's irrational to say that something exists in a place that you cannot point to, that you cannot describe, that you will never be able to see, that you will never be able to perceive. and like
There's lots of places that you will never go
no, but
to, or
that are beyond it. It's beyond logic. You can't logically comprehend these kinds of things.
yes, you can. I've just described it to
Well,
you.
I can,
Because the
and there's a
idea
lot of
is that, look, I've been to a Kabbalah, I've been to, a, I've done a Kabbalah course, and one of the things that they say is that God cannot take material form because, and it's actually a very simple analogy, saying that, well, a carpenter carved a chair. Does that mean that the carpenter is of the same substance as a chair? No, the carpenter is a completely different substance to the wood
no,
that
he's
goes
not. They're
into
both made
the
out of
chair,
carbon.
and God is analogous to that.
No, both this is both the chair and the carpenter are physical beings, Claire. Your stupid
But
analogy
it's
doesn't
not the
work.
same substance.
Yes, they're both carbon, they're both protons, they're both electrons.
But nobody is going to say that the carpenter is the same as the chair.
Yeah, but they're both
Oh,
physical.
you're going to say, oh, well,
They're
you
both
know,
physical, and they
they have
both exist in the
carbon.
same spatio-temporal area. That makes sense that both a physical object would carve another physical object in a spatio-temporal area. It doesn't make, I don't need to believe that the human being exists outside of space and time to be able to carve a fucking chair.
Look, I'm not even arguing about that. I mean, obviously, there is some, dimension that we are not aware of, and that is pounding the bargain about, this afterlife thing is being constantly dangled before our eyes. And I'm saying, even if it's all a lie, and there is no afterlife, and there is no God, Voltaire said that if God did not exist, it would be necessary to invent him. Now, what do you think he meant by that?
Well, he obviously did not want. He obviously just didn't. He obviously just wanted God to be immaterial because that's what he felt was necessary. Because he just, he didn't want to hear that God could be material, and so therefore the universe is uncreated. That was not his. It didn't work for him. That was too scientific for him. That he needed mystery and mysticism and weird shit.
No, it's not mysterious. It's perfectly logical. In
Then
fact,
why
I
doesn't everyone
already
agree with
explained
you?
the function of God, how God, if he were imagined, conceived of out of thin air by Abraham, he certainly has his uses because it is just by hypothetically conceiving of God, we can resolve our disputes with each other without resorting to violence. Because you're saying, because we were saying, if this fact that I'm relying on is true, and what I have proposed that we do because of this fact that we're all relying on, then we should go and do this thing, right? And in science it would be, well, if the Earth does indeed go around the sun and not the other way around, and blah blah blah, and spaceships and whatever, you need to have accurate information before you can form conclusions about the information you have in order to do something in a successful way. So Christopher Columbus thought the earth is round. I know it's round. I feel it in my bones, or I have theorized that the earth might be round, and I'm going to go say round it. I mean, do you understand
Claire, you're not
how?
giving me any reason why I need to make God not physical. I don't see why my model doesn't work. And
Because if God were physical and material and you can find him on earth, you're going to make an idol of him.
so what?
The idolaters were defeated by the Jews, right? The
Not
Canaanites were
forever, not
idolaters.
forever, and not. I know, and this is you, and your whole thing is just is just about power and who has temporary power in this one place, and whoever defeated has defeated for all time in all place and forever. And also their whole system doesn't work very well. It doesn't stay in place very long. People rebel against it, and if we all became Noahides or all became secular or Muslims, there would be constant rebellions and
Yeah, but
fights.
it won't be as bad as it is now.
Well, it's better now
Can I
than
tell
living
you?
under.
No, no, it isn't. Because if most people are
Then why don't
atheists,
people move to Pakistan, Claire, if it's so great?
because Pakistan isn't implementing Islam correctly, because it's adopted representative democracy. And any
Oh,
country that
you know, that
adopts,
actually is probably why Pakistan has anything. And the reason that it's so low is because it actually practices Islam better than
no,
other places do. Well, it practices it better than
well,
Turkey
I happen
does.
to know a group called Hizb ut-Tahrir, and they're saying we want to reject democracy, and they're rejecting democracy would mean rejecting Western imperialism. So it's not actually allowed. But anyway, we know that even Pakistan is being governed by Western imperialists, because the longer
That doesn't
they
stop them from building up like a good civilization. It's Islam that got in the way of all these civilizations. You blame everyone. You blame, I mean, just, yeah, you blame everyone for your failures.
sorry, well, I'm proposing a solution, and you haven't got a better one other than to retreat into idolatry and mysticism.
No, not
I mean,
mysticism,
what is
not
Mormonism but mysticism and their crazy ideas and their magic underwear and crap?
well, I'm not suggesting Mormonism. I'm only suggesting that Mormonism is better than Islam.
Than Christianity.
Well, it's better than Christianity. Yes, it is.
Okay, but Christianity well, Trinitarian Christianity defeated Mormonism, because
No, Mormonism, excuse me, Mormonism, what do you mean? Mormonism hasn't been defeated and it's only growing. And I mean, they did a whole lot more, you know, they did a whole lot so far and, it's not defeated. It's a growing religion. How is it defeated?
it hasn't got as many adherents as
Okay,
Christianity or
well, it's
Islam.
growing. It's
And
a newer
also, you
religion.
agreed with me that in, was it 1890, that the Mormons sold out and said, okay, in return for you not persecuting us and closing our places of worship down, we will give up polygamy.
Okay, yeah,
So
well,
they sold
I
out.
well, there's still fundamental. Well, the thing is that I would promote if I would think that I would hope that white people would pick up old versions of Mormonism and like the way that it started out, but Islam also in certain ways, you know, well, I don't know if it's sold out, but it sells out
It
today.
can't sell out as easily, because even if individual Muslim leaders say, well, we're not gonna take a point on whatever verse, the verse remains there and can be found by anyone reading it, like, oh, you just ignored that verse, aren't you supposed to do this as a Muslim, blah blah blah. So it's harder to play these tricks on Islam, on the Quran, I should say, because the Quran is a rule book, and it's everywhere. It's online. You can get it free from your local mosque, and even if all these copies disappeared, there will be the Hafiz, these people who have memorized the Quran from beginning to end, and they do it because they have in their history noticed that there have been Muslim leaders who want to redact certain verses, right? Redacting, it's not actually even original to Americans. People have always wanted to kind of forget about things, hide a few truths here and there. And Islam has all these systems to bypass these attempts to subvert the words of the Quran.
Okay, let's just similarity in their salvation. Um, so both believe there are multiple degrees of spiritual levels in heaven. They both also believe there are multiple degrees in hell. Believe that one's place in the afterlife is determined solely by God, based upon one's good works as well as one's faith, and belief that a believer's family, if appropriately faithful to the religion, can join them in the next world.
Well, there's always a belief in the afterlife. I mean, that's what religions do. They promise you an afterlife, and say things like, if you obey the rules now, you'll have a really great afterlife. If not, you're going to roast in hell, or words to that effect. But fundamentally, what all the world religions do is frighten people into marrying young and sticking with their spouse and maintaining the practice of living in family groups. That is what they all have the common feature. That is the common feature they all share. And if you do that, your society will be easier to organize. Or else, you'll just find your parasites, your social parasites, eating your society from within until all the productive elements have gone. And this is what is happening in the West. With the welfare state and having abolished slavery, slavery has a social utility. And I'm afraid the Anglo-Saxons, because they're so proud of having abolished slavery, won't admit that they were wrong. So they're going to carry on funding the welfare state, funding degeneracy and unmarried parents who are now beyond criticism.
Oh, it says here that Muslim and Mormon organizations cooperated again in the distribution of humanitarian aid to Lebanese citizens during the 2006 Israel-Lebanon conflict. I'm just reading here that the Muslims and the Mormons are unite in charity because they both believe in certain degrees of charity, fasting, proselytizing, was images that. Okay, they don't have statues, crucifixes, and things like that. They're not used to allowed to have objects of devotion like Catholics or Eastern Orthodox. We're talking about Mormons. Okay, yeah, there's no, okay, washing. Yeah, they have both washing practices, dietary rules. I didn't know that Mormons couldn't eat pork. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I'm looking that up. Hold on. What's not Mormon rules? What Mormons can eat? Foods are forbidden by the LDS. Tobacco, oil, coffee, illegal drugs. Well, in Wikipedia it says they can't eat pork, but I can't find that anywhere else. I think they can eat pork. I don't. Do Mormons eat pork? Hold on. Oh, yes, Mormons can eat pork. Yes, they can eat pork. So this Wikipedia article seems to be wrong. Oh no, this may be only be for Muslims. Avoidance of wine and things like that. You know that they're really not supposed to eat that much meat, Mormons, but they don't really follow that that teaching. It's in their doctrine and covenant that they should only eat meat during famine or during cold periods where there's no vegetation. But they don't really follow that. Where is Stephen J. James? Because I wanted to talk to him about something.
I don't think Mormons really take their religion that seriously because it's already been changed so many times. They already conceded the polygamy thing in 1880, was it 1890? I forget which now. Because they just prefer not to be killed.
Well, yeah, I also think that that's white to improve your religion and not just keep it static and like, if something's not working, then fix it. You know what I mean? I do think that it's very non-white to just say, well, this is the way it was written, so never change it and just stick. If it's turning your civilization to shit, just accept it and tolerate it and don't think of anything new. You know what I mean? Like, And that's your whole position is don't think of anything new, don't try anything new,
Well,
don't,
I certainly don't want to try anything experimental because
well,
people's
Mormonism isn't
lives are
experimental.
involved. People's lives are
Mormonism is
involved.
no longer experimental, and what did they? They fix things. I mean, I'm sure there's things in Islam that don't 100% make sense. Let's see if there's contradictions in the Quran, which Muslims, deny that there's any, and then when people find them, it's all, just hate speech. Oh, there's actually a whole science to contradictions in the Quran. There's three kinds: internal contradictions versus contradicting each other on other or laws of logic, external errors versus contradicting the facts of history or science, three versus contradicting earlier revelation. Okay, there's criticism of the Quran, and with the Book of Mormon, they did fix it. There were problems in it, there were contradictions in it, and they fixed it.
Contradictions like what?
Like I remember one of the contradictions was that they talked about some king's son, and then he died, and then he supposedly did something else, but it was during a period when he was dead, so they had to fix it.
Okay, so what are the contradictions in the Quran?
I have to find 11 contradictions in the Quran. Let's say embryonic sex determination. One of the references of human reproduction within Muslim, often quoted from the Quran verse. Blah, blah, blah. This interpreted. Blah, blah, blah.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay, so it gives two separate kinds of times when the sex is determined in the embryo. Differences in the width of the Garden of Eden.
Not important.
Question: who misleads people? Is it Satan or Allah?
Not important.
It's contradictions either way. What does it matter if the Garden of Eden size was a contradiction, or if when a fake king was born? They're both fake, so they're both contradictions. So
No, it's a rules. It's rules that can't contradict. I'm not really interested in the stories.
well, okay, well, let's just see. Well, I don't know if the rules contradict in Mormonism, but
polygamy and then no polygamy. Cucking to the American government.
Believe and disbelieve.
If you cuck to the American government, you're admitting that your God is not as powerful as the American government. You lose.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's something to be said. There's something to be said for that. But I mean, okay, well, they were willing to well, they also believe in lasting prophets. You also can't forget that Mormonism has living prophets, whereas Islam doesn't. So it's not contradictory for living prophets to, edit. If Muhammad came and edited the Torah, and then if he's not the last prophet, then it's okay to come in and edit more and more and more.
Yeah, but I mean, they've already said centuries ago that the Quran. Oh God.
I don't know who Sammy is, but he doesn't seem serious.
Hey,
okay.
I'm back, by the way. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
we can hear you. But
Okay.
Okay, so you don't even give a shit about whether the God of Mormonism makes us more scientific or not. I mean, you just don't even care about these kinds of things.
You can't prove. People can believe in God or not believe in God and still be good at science and pass all their science exams.
No, but it makes you more scientific if you believe God is material and then you just study the material.
How can you prove it? How can you? It's like
because there's nothing magical to think about. What are you going to sit around and contemplate? You're contemplating material existence, and God's power is physical power. It's not.
Are you saying the Chinese are better or worse at science than the
Well,
Americans?
I don't know what their beliefs about what
They're
if God is.
Officially they're atheists. So I think it's nothing to do with whether the Chinese believe in
Well, yes,
God
the
or
Chinese
not.
are better at math
They
and science
just
than Arab
study
countries are.
harder. Right,
Yes,
they just
the Chinese
study
are better at
harder.
math and science than Muslim countries are.
Can I just say, Sam says in the private chat that she was just listening to some music. I think Sam's another girl.
Well, she got to turn her music off before I can let her in, and she has to be serious. I mean, hello,
It's
Sammy.
another chance.
Sammy.
She's
Yeah, no, she's
fucking us
not.
around.
Yeah, she's not
It's just.
serious.
You're so impatient, you two. What's wrong? Why are you so serious?
No, because I didn't
Yeah,
want her
because
coming in
we're
here and
actually in the
playing.
middle of a conversation and we just fucked around by stupid cunts.
Oh, God forbid, Khaw.
No,
Why
I
do
mean,
you
yeah,
keep
we are
saying
trying.
that? You don't even believe in God. So
And
stop
neither do
saying
you,
that
madam.
bullshit.
Neither
No,
do
no,
you.
no.
Newsflash, Vincent.
God.
She doesn't believe a word of
I
it.
use God. I use God.
Yes,
I
you're a
use God. I use
utilitarian
God.
about it.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes,
yes, she
yes.
admits it.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Yes.
I,
There we
it's the
go.
most
Newsflash.
useful idea, and you're too. And you think you can do without it, do you?
So we're separated by a
Why
fucking
don't you
gnat's
turn
hair,
your volume?
madam.
No, no. You think
What's wrong with
you
my
don't need.
volume?
It's too loud.
Okay,
It
how
seems
about
fine to
that?
me, but I don't know.
It's so loud it's distorted. So it sounds like he's shouting. It's
Oh,
much louder than either of ours.
let me see about that. Continue. Defend
Look,
yourself.
the point is that, okay, so what's the difference? I mean, if you just want people that aren't going to be drinking and smoking and swearing and fucking, why don't just become Muslim? What's the point of, I mean, Mormonism isn't even a racial religion anymore. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Yeah,
You would
exactly.
have
It's diluted all its principles. It's salami slice them away. Mitt Romney was a disgrace.
the point is that you would, I mean, the only way that Mormonism could be helpful to people is for it to be restored to its old version, and for the old version, the fundamentalist versions of it, to be used. Hello, Sammy, are you here? Sammy? My mic is not working. Okay, well, then I really can't help you. I'm sorry, and if that's what the problem is.
I've turned my volume down a little. Is that any
Shit.
better? What's wrong, Claire? You're so het up today.
Okay, it's Sam Samuels, not some incompetent bitch called Samantha. Okay.
Well,
Oh,
I
because
don't.
it's one of your friends. It's
Well, let's
okay.
see. Yeah, well, the point is, Stephen, I mean, I wish that you had a deeper, the thing is that, well, is your affection for like the LDS church, or like would you get creative with it and say, no, we need to go back to the fundamentalist version of this in order for it to work?
Look, I'm just looking for a good social club, to be honest, something that might work. What Claire offers, we all know, is just absolute nonsense. There's no. It was very interesting. The moment that I joined the panel, Vincent, you asked the question, why are you interested in Mormonism then? And Claire Khaw, under her breath, whispered, because he's white. Because he's white. Thereby implying that she knows that Islam is a brown religion, a
Well,
brown
I know why you hate
conquering
Islam, because
force.
you think it's brown, right? That's why
No,
you
you
hate
do
it.
too. That's why you
No,
said
no,
it.
I don't care.
That's why
I
it
don't
was the
care that
first
it's
thing that you
brown.
said.
Yeah,
You
and
Okay,
represent
you're gonna you're just going to
the
continue
brown.
eating the shit
You
of your
represent
idolatry,
the
the
resurgent
shit of your
Mohammedan
stupid
horde.
idolatry. No, no, no. You
Yes,
can
you do.
only keep out immigrants and whoever by having a religion that actually works. And you don't care.
I think we
You
should
say,
refer not to
I'm just going to continue
secularism, but to
eating the shit
Mohammedanism.
and vomit of idolatry just to show our hatred of Islam and
You
its
don't
roots
believe in
and
any of
Jews.
that bullshit, Claire, so
No, I
stop
believe
using
in
the
its
idolatry
efficacy.
card.
No, I believe in its efficacy. It's worked for the Jews. I've quoted Voltaire. I didn't make it out. I did make it up. You've never heard of Voltaire, have you? Most of the most of the people you associate with haven't heard of Voltaire. They're thick as shit.
Was Voltaire the one who said, if you to know who rules over you, the one you can't
Yes,
question?
he was the one.
Oh, so that, well, I just proved you wrong. I do know it. do know who it is, or at least a
Well,
quote.
good for you, but the
Thank
people
you.
who follow you, the people you pander to, the
I
Islam
don't pander to
herds.
anybody.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You pretend to be
I don't
stupid
pretend.
to
I
make them feel
don't.
comfortable.
Absolutely, I absolutely do not pretend to be stupid. That's a bigger insult than actually what you're
No, you
making on
well,
the
you
face of it
no,
there, because you're.
you actually
No, I don't.
purposely maybe not pretend it, but you purposely present it like you said that in the Book of Mormon, it makes no sense that there were elaborate temples and wars with metal and elephants and horses on this
No, I was
continent.
kind of trolling you, Vincent, a
Well,
bit
I
there. I was just
know,
kind
but
of
I
trolling
mean, to
you.
you, it doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter at all. Like, it's just not a big
It
deal.
doesn't. The truth is, here's the truth. It doesn't matter to any of us on this panel. None of us believe that any of this shit is sent down, like from
Yeah, but
God
you're like
itself.
you're thinking that this is like, I might want to join a social club, so let me go join the Mormons. Well, and I forgot to tell you, if you became a Mormon, you would only be called what's called a Jack Mormon. You know that in Mormonism, there's two places that you go for meeting. There's a regular meeting hall, and then there's the temple. But if you're not a good Mormon, you can't get into the temple. You need a temple recommend. You can't smoke. You can't drink. You have to have your tithe paid up. You have to be at Mormon church every single
Wow,
Sunday.
it's sounding better or better every time you say more. Look, I could achieve all those things. If I was going to be a Mormon, I'd be an absolutely great Mormon. Okay, I could do all those things. I already don't drink. I don't smoke. I have weird dietary laws of my own. So look, I would fit
Would you pay your
right in.
tithe? Would you pay your tithe to get into the temple?
Um, I suppose, yeah. If I was going to get a hot wife out of it,
You would pay your tithe.
sure.
Okay. And I mean, you have to pay your tithe in order to stay in the temple. I mean, if you're having like, bad time of it and you don't have much money and it's between tithing and eating, you have to tithe.
Actually, this reminds
Well,
me of
it's just like any kind of like a gym membership or something, I suppose.
a membership fee. This actually reminds me of an old Quraniyu I did with this Australian who was he became a Mormon in order to marry. I wonder if he's still married. But actually he was a very dark Indian, one of those Dravidian types, and yeah, he said he. I mean, I know Mormons, have this really effective marketing ploy, and making attractive women go out in pairs
Yes.
to chat up men.
Yes. Interestingly, we are talking about the Church of Latter Day Saints, aren't we?
Yes.
Okay. Look, I don't know a lot about it, so I'm just being honest. But the reason I ask is because they came round here actually. So I'm in the UK, and Clive's saying it's just an American thing. But I remember it was about a year ago. Just kind of, it might be a bit more. Not just kind of when all the COVID shit had gone and a few months had passed. Two women from a Church of the Latter Day Saints came around here and left me a little pamphlet, a booklet. I can't actually find it at the moment, but they have been round.
Well,
Yeah, I've seen them. They
they're
have a
one of
presence in the UK.
they're one of the fastest growing religions in America, and they are becoming international. And now even half of Mormons might live outside of the U.S. Because there's only about 5 or 6 Mormons in America, and there's about 6 million, 16 million or 15 to 16 million Mormons in the world. So I mean, they are and they are one of the fastest growing religions, and so
I know an ex-Mormon, and she's black, and said she left because they became really politically correct, and she couldn't stand it anymore. So just to let you
well,
know
yeah, it's a problem.
that
So are Muslims. Muslims are like in gay parades now too, Claire. So
yeah,
There,
but
take
they're more
that.
likely to sort of be reminded because of their Quran that
well,
Look, you should
look,
see these young Muslims here in the
The
UK.
Book of Mormon still does not allow homosexuality. I mean, if they were looking at their scriptures, both Muslims and Mormons would not be promoting homosexuality.
Well, look, it becomes optional if it's not the law. That's why I keep going on about how it has to be the law. Otherwise, it's just optional, right?
Well, you would just have a Mormon theocracy.
There's no point saying, you know, you're going to be this and okay. There are instruction manuals, and you're basically saying we're going to follow the instruction manual, but we're not going to it, you know, in reality,
No, if you have a
that's what
Mormon
you're saying. So
theocracy,
nothing is going to work. You're
if
going
you
to
no no
crash your
wait, if
equipment.
you had old school Mormon blood atonement where people were killed for breaking or leaving Mormonism or breaking Mormon law, then you would have everything that you need.
Yes, but they're not going to do it. You're expecting them to make too much of a leap, and
Well,
therefore
let
you need
let
the.
people like Stephen J. James say, "Well, I'm going to be an old school Mormon, going to
Yes.
restore blood atonement, and I will kill anyone who marries a black woman or who is gay,
God forbid.
Well, he's not going to say anything like that.
well, but
Absolutely
that would
not here in the UK.
yes. Well, what I'm saying is that if 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 you need rules and you're saying then just do blood atonement Mormonism.
You have to work your way up to this sort of thing, which is why I keep saying
Okay,
you have
well,
to
it's
go
better
past
if
civic
he's
nationalism to get to ethno nationalism.
it's
So can we
easier.
just talk about for a second that it was interesting, the video that Vincent sent me, that they do, or at least they used to have, certain views about where the races came from that were quite interesting.
Yes, actually, the point is that there was a rebellion in heaven when Satan rebelled, and there were all the spirit people or the spirit children, and the ones that sided with God became white people and were mostly Mormon and were put
Based.
on earth, in good Mormon homes because they fought valiantly for God, and so they were given good Mormon homes. And then the evil people turned into demons to come and scare people, and the people who were neutral in the fight and didn't take a side became black people and were sent here to live in just basically bad, poor conditions. And um, yeah.
So, so it's a racist religion essentially, or that's how it formed. What's that noise?
I don't know. Well, never mind. I'm not. He's not
You
allowed.
can get rid of this Sammy person because it's not really Sam, as you can
No.
see in the private chat.
Yeah. Um. The thing is that you know Stephen, you should kind of you should be taking this more seriously and actually before just saying Mormonism is based, do a little bit of investigation and also I mean the fact that you're so shallow. I mean, okay, my point that I'm promoting the Mormon God is that God is material and limited to the physical laws of the universe, and so therefore you have a scientific God and you don't need to sit there and think of mysticism, and people are not going to be focusing on the immaterial all day long. And I say that's actually good for white civilization and is actually our base our base standard of theology before Christianity came in. But to you, none of this matters. You don't care if people think God is material or immaterial.
Look, Clayco and I do, we share something in common, and that is that we do understand that these religions are utilitarian. They're basically means of social control and means to an end, basically. And so, Clayco's right in some way where she says you should go shopping and look for the best religion. I have to exclude Islam because that's for brown people. So the next best thing might be Mormonism or something like that. It looks healthy from the outside. It has like the social structure in it. The people are healthy. Dietary laws, admonishments against drugs and excess, this kind of thing. They do their best to find you, pair people up, find your wife, encouragements towards a good family structure, good ideas about I think like the main doctrine is like about personal revelation or something, connection with God, the idea that you're doing good work on the earth, this kind of thing. It all sounds okay from the outside to me.
Okay,
Yes,
well,
and you can you can't you the two of you can't you just tell which religions are better than others, or have a vague idea, that only five, can't you work it out? Are you going to be Hindus? Are you going to be Buddhists? No. You're not going to be Jews. Christianity is kaput. What else is there?
Well, thanks to Vincent, we've discovered Mormonism as an option.
Yeah, but it's idolatry, and we can
Who
tell from the.
cares?
No, because it doesn't work. You're basically saying, I'm going to use jelly as cement and then complain when it doesn't stick anything. You
Look,
are
if you
actually.
looked at the state of young Muslims here in the United Kingdom, Khaw, you would see that Islam isn't working either.
No, it's not working
Liberalism is the final
because it
boss.
is
It's
only
it's
fucking
defeating
optional.
Islam.
Islam without Sharia is a car without an engine. And so everybody in the West,
Well, you're not going to get
Muslims.
Sharia here in the UK, okay? You're not going to get it,
Oh,
so.
I'm going to talk about it.
Well,
You
you
don't
might do.
even
The
dare
Muslims
talk
talk
about it.
about it.
No,
Look,
no, the Muslims are too shit scared to talk about it.
no, they send their
I have
sons.
to
They
do
send their
it for them.
sons to. They send their sons to these Islamic schools. What do they call them? A
Madrasas.
madrasas. They send them there. They go in all the stupid fucking clothing. They wear the dresses and look like girls when they go there. But then as soon as they leave, and their parents' backs turned, they're on the street corner dealing fucking weed and going out drinking at night and racing around in fast cars and stuff. And then when
Yes,
they
I
see their
have
dad on
already
the
said.
weekend,
Yes, I've already
they
said.
put on the
I've
clothes. They
already
put on the
said
clothes and say, "I've
that.
been a good
I've
Muslim this
already
week,
said.
Dad."
No, I've already said that Islam without Sharia is a car without an engine. So obviously they will be subject to the same influences and culture of the West. And it's only optional if there
You
is no
just want brutal
consequence.
authoritarianism. That's what
Okay,
you want. The
what do you
only
think
place
law
where you
is?
think it
What do
can
you think the
work.
law is for? What do you think
How
the law is
good
for?
is your prescription if the only place where it can work is where they hold you down and stuff it down your fucking throat and
It's
shut
the
your mouth
law.
and make you swallow
It's
it?
the law. It's the law. Why do you think people have laws? Why do you think political activism is about changing the
Because
law?
liberalism is the final boss, unfortunately, and that is more powerful than Islam. And where the two
No,
come
it's
together,
on its way
liberalism
out. It's
is
a dead
defeating
man
Islam.
walking. That's why we're here talking about
No, it's the
what's going to
final boss.
replace. No, what do
Globo
you mean it's a
Homo.
final boss? What do you mean it's a final boss?
I mean, it's the final boss in terms of political orders around the world.
So you think liberalism is
It's
going to carry on forever? Why aren't you a liberal
well,
then?
you are
If you think liberal is eternal.
no. I just it's not necessary. I'm not advocating for liberal. Look, deep down, I probably would be liberal. Okay, deep down, I believe in freedom and like liberalism for us if we had our own countries and we had control of our own countries and things were running great. But maybe there needs to be some kind of snap and a reaction to put things back into that kind of place, and then we can have nice liberalism again when we have our own countries again instead of them being controlled by
Jews?
enemies at the gate. No, I didn't say that.
Who do you think controls us?
Evil people.
Can you name an evil person?
I don't want to.
Does Rishi Sunak count?
He's an idolater.
He's a manager.
No, he's
He's
not.
a
He doesn't
manager.
believe, if he doesn't believe God takes shape and he doesn't believe in many gods, then he's not an idolater, really. No more than Muslims are who have written their own revelation. So, I mean, they're more idolaters than he is. Muslims are more in trouble with the Noahide laws than Hindus because you wrote a new revelation.
Sorry?
The
Muslims are
Quran
more in
is a new
trouble.
revelation. You're not supposed the Hindus didn't write a new revelation to supersede the Torah and supersede the Jews' authorities to give out and be the light unto the nations. The Muslims did that. They're more idolaters than Hindus are.
Well, Muslims believe that the Quran is a directly revealed word of God,
Well, you're
and the
more
final
idolatrous.
edition.
You're more idolatrous, and you also have
No, it's
holidays and
not
festivals.
idolatry if it is indeed from God. And
God didn't change his mind, Claire. He didn't change his
no,
mind.
well, he didn't say he would never give Gentiles their own
No,
revelation.
he said that Jews would be the source of the light of revelation,
Yeah, yeah,
not a
yes,
second
Jews. I'm
revelation.
actually happy to concede that Jews would be light unto nations if they acceded to the demands of Hamas, who demand that Jews in Israel live under Sharia. And when they do, then the rest of the world will follow. America will follow, and its vassal states will also follow, and after that, everybody will follow. So Jews just have to agree to live under Sharia as Hamas demands. And have you noticed that the Western media don't even mention that? They don't even mention that. It's in the
I'd just
Hamas
like to
Charter,
take this
Article
opportunity.
31.
Yeah, we're just here in the UK. Hamas is a terrorist organisation, a proscribed group. So, as a UK citizen, I'd just like to say there'll be no condoning of Hamas from me here. Thank you very much.
I'm just stating a fact that Hamas are saying that they will continue to perpetrate acts of terrorism on Jews in Israel until they agree to live under Sharia. I don't think what I'm saying is controversial, is it?
I don't know. I don't know enough. I'm just making my position clear here for any state actors who may be listening.
I hope they are. That would
Well,
raise the status of us.
So look, the main points here that we've established is that Claire Khaw's ideas for the world, which is fucking Islam, take us back to the Stone Age. Fucking chop off your hands if you steal, and put you bin bags on the ladies.
No,
And
no, there's no need to chop people's hands off. You get three.
throw the
The
gays off
chopping
the
of the hands off
rooftops
would
and
only apply to violent criminals who use violence to rob, muggers, bank
basically
robbers.
take us back to Stone Age Arabia,
It wouldn't
or
at
at
all.
least,
People who
or at least Middle Age. When was it? Middle Ages Arabia. That's what she wants. It's the only way that you can have it,
well, Claire,
Claire.
doesn't the Quran call for amputation of the hand for theft?
what verse? I can't.
What is the penalty for theft in the Quran?
The manual amputation.
Is it?
Yes,
So
but
then
people
you're not going to follow that, so you're a hypocrite.
no.
Yes.
I'm going to follow it in my own way. So
Yeah, you're not
so
following exactly by the word.
yeah. I'm not going to interpret it out of existence.
She's
So
a
if
liberal. She's a liberal.
So let me explain how I'm going to be interpreting it. So if you steal something, you're a sneak thief and you don't use violence, you'll just be made back to pay back whatever you stole, plus maybe twice or up to 4 times you have to pay it back. That would be your penalty. If you use violence, you get a 3 strikes and you're out policy. So if you do
3
it for the
strikes
third
and your
time,
hands off.
if you commit violent robbery for on the third time when you're convicted, you get your hand chopped off. Yes, I think that's enough, right?
Hold on, wait. I want
I'm
to
giving
see.
people a chance and a
But to
half.
be fair, like Vincent says, you've just made that up off the top of your fucking head.
Yeah. I don't know how
So you're liberalising already. You're a liberal.
No, I mean, there are no sort of people with chopped hands in
You can
Malaysia.
say no. You can say no, but you are.
No to being a liberal. Well, I don't know. I don't think liberals would be very happy to include me as part of the liberal establishment. So you can call me liberal as much as you like, but the real liberals who are ruling the West will not be keen to include me in their group.
Is it in the Quran that a Muslim who becomes a non-Muslim is punishable by death? Is that in the Quran?
That's apostasy. I think it's let me just okay. There is this verse that says, "Cut off his hand," but if he expresses remorse, forgive him, right? That
Is it true
and
that if a non-Muslim leads a Muslim away from Islam, its penalty is death? Is that Quranic or
no.
no?
I haven't heard of it. Okay, it's 5:38. If anybody's interested, chapter 5, verse 38.
What does it say?
It says, I'm looking at the Wikipedia entry, but basically, if they steal, cut off his hand. If he expresses remorse, forgive him. And I say, okay, I'll forgive him first time. I'll forgive him the second time. If he does it a third time, it's off with his hand.
What if they've already done it 5 times and don't have any hands left?
Oh, you're saying he has well, yeah.
He's
I
had
guess
both his
so.
hands chopped off.
Well, I guess then he won't be able to steal anymore, commit acts of violence.
Well, there's theft that doesn't require hands, so like fraud, isn't there, and things like that.
Well, for fraud, for non-violent acts of depriving people of their property, the penalty would be to make them repay it twice over, 3 times over, 4 times over. Yeah, that sort of. I mean, that's how they did it anyway. That's how the Jews do it. You just force them to pay back what they stole, double, triple, 4 times.
The majority of theft today isn't like using your actual hands, is it?
Or what, credit card fraud and that sort of thing.
Or like
Electronic.
electronic theft and things like this.
Yeah, well, you just make them pay back.
But even
Times
that
two.
sounds pretty liberal, to be honest.
Okay,
I mean, today we at least
I'm
put people in
sorry.
prisons for multiple
I'm sorry
thefts.
I'm too liberal for you in my interpretation of the Quran, but I,
Yeah, but you also condemn everyone else for not following things to the T, and you don't follow the T. For example, you would allow Muslims to eat pork and eat a food condemned to idols and to marry polytheists. You're not going to enforce those laws.
it's okay. The problem is for them and their maker. So I'm going to allow everybody to eat pork, and if Muslims and Jews want to eat pork, I'm not going to prosecute them. What is the problem? And if God exists, I guess God will zap them, but it's not my problem if they want to eat pork. Maybe, Jews who discover that a fellow Jew's been eating pork, and Muslims who discover a fellow Muslim's been eating pork might say a few things, but it's not my problem. I'm not going to ban pork for non-Muslims. Is really, what you should be concentrating on. So there will be ham and pork scratchings in pubs. Oh yeah, and there will be pubs, because I would argue that licensing hours are Islamic, because publicans have to make sure that they never sell alcohol to somebody who's already drunk, or they will lose their license. Too bad that this law isn't really enforced, but this is what the manager of a pub has to follow. And of course, he's not allowed to sell alcohol to underage drinkers, or he'll lose his license. And I'm saying that these laws are already Islamic. And I'm saying the best part of the West are arguably already Islamic. They just don't know it. So when the British were being successful imperialists, they were unconsciously following plenty of Islamic principles.
Why is corruption so widespread in a nation such as Saudi Arabia that operates under strict Sharia?
Well, because it's an absolute monarchy, and I've spoken to Saudis who are terrified of being imprisoned and tell me about how many Islamic scholars are thrown in jail because they gave the wrong interpretation. And we have to understand that the House of Saud is an absolute monarchy. And we have also heard that MBS has been known to sign the death warrant of, what's his name, Khashoggi or something, who
Yeah,
was
that
basically
journalist.
butchered in Turkey and rendered and put into a luggage and,
So
whatever.
what are you saying then, that they basically operate it as Sharia for thee but not for me,
Yes.
or something?
Yes, and
Is
the
that what you're saying?
liberalizing, because basically the Americans have got them to kind of agree to have music concerts and stuff like that, and they're liberalizing.
Okay, here
So
I'm
is it,
reading. I just found capital punishment in Islam, and one of the capital punishments is for witchcraft. And I know that they
yes,
did they
yeah.
did kill a witch in Saudi Arabia a few years ago.
I've read about this actually. So
And
if
apostasy. So it's apostasy. Okay, here's the list:
No,
murder,
no, no, there
adultery.
is no. It doesn't say death for apostates in the Quran. In the Hadith, yes, but I don't know about
witches
sorcery.
in the women who are convicted of witchcraft usually are adulterers, and so what will happen, from my limited reading of it, is that in Saudi Arabia, if a man is caught having an affair with somebody, like with a migrant worker, I think Saudi Arabia brings in
Probably the
migrant workers.
maid from the Philippines.
Yes, the Filipino maid. Okay, so he'll get caught having sex with her or something, and then he will accuse her of bewitching him, and so she will then be taken in as a witch, and it'll be her word against his.
Well, that's how these kingdoms in the Gulf state operate, and it's
There
not
was one that I
recommended,
was
and
reading.
it's not even Quranic. Okay, so yes,
There was one
okay.
that I was
I
reading
haven't
about.
heard of it. I haven't
Go
heard
on.
of it. I can't find a verse. You can say Muslims do all kinds of stupid shit and pretend the Quran says so, but it's easily disproved.
Yeah, the one I was reading about was where a man claimed, upon being
Okay,
discovered having sex with the Filipino housewife or something, a housemaid. He said that she turned into a bat and flew out the window, and the authorities took this very seriously, and she was charged with it and executed as a witch.
In Saudi,
Yeah.
do you have a link to the story?
Oh, it was a long time ago. I can maybe look for it.
now I've
It
seen the
sounds so.
witchcraft murders in Saudi Arabia before. I saw them. I saw the woman get. They filmed it of her being beheaded, and I don't know
Okay,
why. It
is
looks like
there
they
a
fuck.
verse in the Quran that says that? I don't think so. I think I know the Quran reasonably well. Of course, it says don't do it, but it doesn't say execute witches. In fact,
Saudi Arabia's war on witchcraft, an article in the Atlantic from 2013. A special unit of religious police pursues magical crime aggressively. Let me find it.
I mean, I think you can see that, a lot of rulers distort the Quran to serve their own purposes. As far as I know, there's no verse that says witches have to be executed. But obviously, it's convenient if you have the political enemies and women who, make accusations about you raping them or whatever.
So let me just read from this article. The sorceress was naked. The sight of her bare flesh startled the prudish officers of Saudi Arabia's infamous religious police, the Committee for the Promotion of Virtue and the Prevention of Vice, which had barged into her room in what was supposed to be a routine raid of a magical hideout in the western desert city of Medina's Al-Si neighborhood. They paused in shock to let her get dressed. The woman, still unclothed, managed to slip out the window of her apartment and flee. According to the 2006 account of the Saudi Okaz newspaper, which has been described as the Arabic equivalent of the New York Post, she, in quotes, flew like a bird. A frantic pursuit ensued. The unit found their suspect after she had fallen through the unsteady roof of an adjacent house and onto the ground next to a bed of dozing children. They covered her body, arrested her, and claimed to uncover key evidence indicating that witchcraft had indeed been practiced, including incense, talismans, and videos about magic. Blah, blah, blah.
There's an article in Al Jazeera about it.
Yes, and I mean, like, you know, it's obviously can be interpreted this way, but um, there, it's obviously a heinous crime. So the idea that it wouldn't be punished just because, the idea that it wouldn't be punished such a heinous crime. I mean, sorcery is like listed alongside with murder. It's something that is just so heinous that it can't be tolerated. So of course they would try to get rid of it, and then we kill people, women accused of it. And yeah, I mean to
It
the
doesn't
point that
say
they're
it in the Quran.
well, it's viewed as evil, as it's viewed as a great evil.
Yes, but it's not in the Quran. I'm saying people make all kinds of stupid shit up, right? But anyway, the Quran doesn't even specify a punishment for it. Anyway, it says, okay, under the heading religious permissibility in the Wikipedia entry on Islam and magic, it says the legitimacy of practicing magic is rarely discussed, and if only and only in passing in Islamic law books, so they don't even talk about it. But I guess Saudi want to, the House of Saud would want to be, keeping people in their place. Magic in Islam is understood differently from that of modern Christian Europe, often related to God for means of protection from the evil eye, demons, and evil jinn, and by that generally accepted. So, this killing, this execution of women accused of sorcery is not common in Muslim countries, only in Saudi. But Saudi is an exception. Saudi is protected by Western imperialists. And Saudi is allowed to do whatever it likes without being called out for its abuses of human rights because it has done a deal with the American imperialists.
Wait, hold on. What is the religion of Tanzania? Oh,
Voodoo or something.
it's Christian. It says that it's Christianity because they killed 600 witches in like 2012.
No. Look, I think the point is we've got down in the weeds of it here, but the point is that Claycor's version of like the ideal world could only be enforced with like an iron hand, and yes, this is required in certain parts of the world where savagery runs amok. Let's say.
It's rubbish. It just needs enforcement by the law and the agreement by the political establishment to enforce it. Okay?
But
And we know that our leaders, our so-called leaders, are
the
bought and paid for by the neocons, and they would have to ask for permission from their American overlords.
To me, though, the ideal state that we should aspire to here in Western European countries after all these years should be something like the ideals of Scandinavian uh, socialism about like 30 years ago or something like that. Those were amazing times. A golden era for the Europeans. That was like things were just going swimmingly there. Everybody was having a great time. People were free to do what they like.
Well,
Everything was pretty cool.
this is a consequence of free love. I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Scandinavia. They were the first to go, right? Scandinavian women were known for their promiscuity. And now the rest of the
Oh,
West
come off
are
it.
all Scandinavians in terms of sexual promiscuity.
Oh, come
Yeah,
off it.
because
People still have.
Scandinavians are naturally, they're the lightest, whitest of all the people, so they are going to be the most liberal and free, and that's to be expected, and more so than Southern Europeans who have different DNA. yeah, you would expect them, and the most socialist, the most kind, the most understanding, the most giving, the most tolerant, all these kind of white virtues, they have it in abundance. And their only problem is that they haven't invented artificial wombs or started up a program of surrogacy yet. They don't have a way to maintain their liberal, feminist structure and still reproduce. And that's the only thing that we're missing, is some way to continue being liberal while reproducing, and then we won't have any problems.
I think you just made some sense actually there, Vincent. Look, Guy Prolly in the chat here is pushing back on Claire Khaw, since I should have assumed that Claire Khaw was just going to defame white women just without cause. That Scandinavian was not known for promiscuity. Okay, so this
Well,
is
in the
just
gay
like a...
community, they are. In the gay community, yeah, like,
Well, mate,
Norwegian
all
men are.
gays are promiscuous,
I
Vincent.
know, but I mean, it is known, I mean, Scandinavian.
Maybe Scandinavian gays are a bit more promiscuous, but who cares about that? That's
But
just a phenomenon
Scandinavians
that
are
goes
known to
on.
be more sexually liberated people than other. Yes, that is a common
Sure,
stereotype. It's a
sure,
stereotype.
and we've tolerated them. We've tolerated them, and they're fine. They can do their thing. Look, I would love to go back to regular. I've just having the regular old gays around. To be honest, I think we've gone far too far. This modern incarnation of like transgenderism and stuff. I've got to be careful what I say here in the United Kingdom, but that has really, that's a whole other phenomenon. And if we could just go back to having a regular old community of gays around who just did their thing, I think everybody would be willing to wind the clock back to that and just accept that as a compromise, to be honest. And maybe Scandinavian gays were a bit more promiscuous than whatever Canadian gays or something. Who knows? But that doesn't really affect society so much as the general population, the breeding stock does it. That's what we need to just have families and produce the next generation effectively.
You can't do that without force. You can't do that and educate women. You can't do that and give women respect. I mean, you have to if you want to have a large breeding population, you are going to have to make sure that women are uneducated, and because men are not going to want educated women. They're just not. They're going to get sick of them and just dump them and become MGTOW. They're just not going to tolerate, women who are educated and have jobs, and they're not going to procreate with them.
Yeah, you have a point that yeah, like, I don't know how to solve this
Well,
egg that's been broken
you
with women in the
you
workforce
can't
either.
solve it. You can't solve it your way. Unless unless you just make a culture where you get in, there's an apartment flat and there's a bunch of women in there, and then you're a man and you rent some woman's womb to have the child for you, and be the
Oh
mother
shit.
to it, and that's it. And you rent a mommy, and that's the only way to bring it back, unless you do artificial wombs.
Vincent, we can't even afford to rent houses anymore. Never mind rent a womb.
Well, no, if it was done in a collectivist manner, yes, it could be more easily, it could be more easily done. And you have to pay for your girlfriend anyway. And instead of having to take a girl out for dinner every now and then, take her out to the club and buy her presents and buy her nice clothes and all this other kind of stuff and buy her a house, you just pay a flat rate, and she lives in an apartment flat and with other
God
women,
forbid.
and she gets a wage, and that's about it. And it would cost you the same, and she's not your girlfriend. You're not, you don't need to take her on vacation or anything like that.
Look, I know it's hard for you. It's hard for you to understand. Okay, I accept it. But just step back for a moment and think. Imagine that there are some of us who do actually, believe it or not, I know it's hard to believe, we do actually enjoy the company of women. Okay, even in the modern state that they're in.
Well, then
So
why
it's
aren't
not
you
that, well,
marrying?
look,
Then why are you all going MGTOW and not marrying them if you're so attracted to them?
because there's just a problem with them at the moment, and it's a problem with us as well. But it's not that we don't want them around, it's just they're difficult to deal with.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Yes, I get it. I get it. But it doesn't change the fundamental biological drive that men have to copulate with women and to pursue women and to want women around, okay, and to want them to raise our children and to be mothers and
Well, it's
all
not
that good
working very
stuff.
well anymore for you, and it's not going to work because women are just too educated to to be your slaves anymore. They have their own jobs, and it's never gonna. As long as women have jobs and education, your old world is never, ever, ever, ever coming back.
It's a problem. I admit it's a problem. I don't know how to crack this or to
With
uncrack
secular
this nut.
Quranism, obviously.
Uh,
How are you
oh,
going to
this
bring
shit.
your women under control? How are you going to control them? Not change the laws at all?
Well, unlike you, I don't think the answer is like some kind of I don't know, hand chopping, bin bag enforcing system.
No
I
bin
just don't
bags
think
required. No
I
bin
don't think
bags
we're ever
required.
putting the toothpaste back in the tube of women's liberation. Basically,
Of course you can. You just change the rules. Men just have to collectively agree to change the law, but you
no,
can't do
I think we have
that. You
to
can't do that. So
have
what are you
different
going to do then?
incentives.
What are you going to do then? You're not even going to say what you need to say to do what you need to do. At least I'm saying what you need to do.
We need to have different incentives. I also think that like part of like Vincent's wacky ideas about technology and like whatever artificial wombs and stuff will benefit more like heterosexual couples and stuff than it ever would. Yes, the gays would use this kind of stuff, but look, there's going to be advances in all kinds of technology that allow women to have children later on in life. This may, look, I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here, but I don't know how to put this toothpaste back in the tube. I don't think you can fundamentally.
You don't have
I just
to.
think we're in an extremely disruptive period for society, and really, this is extremely new to the human race. This period that we're living through now, with this absolute upturning of the cart of like marriage and social values and women in the workplace and everything, it's extremely modern, and
Actually, I don't
so
think it is. It's happened before. It's happened before. Machiavelli wrote about it, about old empires and effeminate men. I mean, why do you think the Roman Empire declined? You have heard that they were thinking of introducing the bachelor tax
look,
in Roman
look.
times.
I think look. I don't deny cyclical periods of history. So maybe this has happened before. Okay, but I think in general, over the large span of human history, a woman has been absolutely dependent upon finding a man and that man providing for her either physical safety or economic security or whatever. And that has been the large part of like human history and civilization. And so there's been this natural order to things where a woman has had to find a man and be
Kept
like
by him.
faithful to him, kept by him. Yeah.
Yes, and you need to change that, but you need to say that you need to change that. You need to say what the problem is, but you won't even do that. You won't even talk about abolishing their divorce because actually none of you are interested in marrying a woman because you think you can fuck her for free. So no need to marry. You know. So you won't say that.
You're so vulgar,
if, no,
Clegg.
if you say that, everybody would say you're being boring, right? Or autistic. So you're not even going to start saying that maybe we should abolish no fault divorce. You're not even going to say that because you want to fuck for free, and that's how you want your women to be cheap, low, and nasty, and unmarriageable. You won't even say what is not needed to be said to do what is necessary to be done. None of you will talk about it.
Look,
None of the people.
what's the reasons for abolishing no fault divorce or whatever? I don't even know the history of it, but I assume pretty much, okay, that the understanding came to be that an unhappy marriage is not a good place to bring up children. Okay, and so measures were brought in to allow couples to separate, and there are horror stories of like marriages. I mean, if a man and if a husband and wife absolutely fucking hate each other's guts or whatever, is that the right place to be bringing up children in the first
I mean,
place?
divorce. I didn't say that. I didn't say I'm going to ban divorce, but a fault has to be reintroduced.
You said no fault divorce. So if people just grow to fucking hate each other, what are you
Okay,
suggesting,
you
that they
obviously don't
should just have to
understand.
live together? What?
No, no fault divorce means your wife can divorce you and take half your stuff and say she's a bit bored with you, you're a bit fat, you're bored, you're irritating.
No,
She wants, you know.
in order for okay, basically under the old system, in order to get a divorce, basically someone would have to cheat on someone else. I mean, you would have to have adultery in order to basically get a divorce. You couldn't. Now in America, they make it. It's called irreconcilable differences. There was no such thing under no fault divorce. There's no such thing. You can't get divorced because you no longer get along.
I mean, if a woman does hate him,
under no fault divorce, there basically needs to be adultery or some kind of crime that is committed against one of the parties.
you mean without no fault divorce, there has to be a
Yeah,
crime
if
committed?
it's no fault divorce
Yeah.
is irreconcilable differences. We don't get along
Yes.
anymore. I don't like his hair.
Yes.
I don't like whatever. I don't like
I've
whatever
changed my
about my
mind.
wife, and we can't get
Yeah.
along anymore. Now we're getting a divorce. Whereas, at least in the old West, before irreconcilable differences came in, I think you needed something like an affair, or you needed to have been like severely beaten to the point you were put in the hospital or something like that.
Yes, and traditionally in divorces that'd be something called a history of the marriage or unreasonable behaviour. And they just chuck all that out. It's like, well, if you don't like it, off you go. She gets half the stuff.
Yeah, but
I mean,
even I mean, no fault of I mean, but look, there's divorce in Islam, and I don't necessarily know if it has to be the product of adultery. I think you can just no, but in Islam they have those pleasure marriages all the time. They get married for a day so they can have sex with a prostitute and then divorce her. They
Is
have
that
that.
true?
the
Yeah,
illegal. Okay.
it's not illegal.
No, no, no,
They
no.
have.
It's stupid and retarded because the whole point of marriage is for legitimate children, and if you marry
Holy
without,
shit.
yeah,
Okay, well, they do have. You don't need a reason to divorce a woman in Islam.
you can
So what you're
actually
telling
put
me,
it.
what you're
You
telling
can
me is that
actually.
Muslims are just like Jews in basically in just seeking to get around God, hoping that He's not looking, or
Of
basically.
course, of
Holy
course.
shit. Oh
Why
my
are you pretending
God.
to be surprised? Why are you pretending to be surprised? But anyway, these murtar marriages are not shouldn't have been legalized because the whole purpose of marriage is for legitimate children. And 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 girlfriend contracts. Well, that was really another marriage substitute. That they're quite capable of coming up on their own. It's obviously wrong. I mean, there's so many things that they've done that is obviously wrong, and therefore I actually have no problem in saying that secular Quranism is better than their retarded version of Islam, which in any case have all crashed and burned with the last caliphate, and they're not prepared to argue with me about it, of course, because it's all
This is
already
the problem
proven.
with these over legalistic structures, though, such as Islam and Judaism as well, and things like that. For Judaism, for Jews, with all the like those hundreds of things that they're not supposed to do, is that people invent like the most elaborate ways to get around these rules. They're not following. They're following the letter of the law, not the spirit of the law, basically. aren't they? Like Jews who now have like these light switches that where they don't have to flick them, they can just wave their hand in front of them or something for on the Sabbath, and thereby they're cheating God. They're saying, God, but you didn't actually stipulate that we couldn't actually do this, so technically we're not breaking the Sabbath, etc.
Yeah, it's crazy, it's stupid, and anyone who's a Jew who finds it a bit burdensome can always become a secular Quranist. In Israel, where
People are
Hamas
naturally
was.
inclined towards freedom, though, aren't they? They're naturally inclined
Yes, of
towards.
course, that's why liberalism has been so effective, but then too much freedom, well, rots your society. I mean, you don't want, somebody else's freedom to rob, rape, and murder you, do you? And that's why we have laws.
Well, of course, but
So the law is useful. You think it's boring, all these rules, but actually, yeah, go and live in the law of the jungle where nobody cares about courts.
well, no, we used to. The problem is we used to live in a high trust society where we could have liberalised laws and society functioned at a high level where people were safe on the street, people didn't rob and stab
Go
each
and
other.
invent your time machine. Go and invent it. Take it back 50 years before,
Well, no, there's just the removal of certain people would the criminals.
Jews.
Let's just call them criminals. The removal of criminal people
Yeah.
would take us back to that time period.
And in order to do that, you have to collectively agree to do it and say, this is how we're going to do it. And after they've been removed, this is how we're going to live. And you're not even going to do that. You're not even prepared to say.
Well, I think if we manage to do it this time, with the benefit of hindsight now, we'll never allow these things to happen again.
You wish upon a star. This is all you ever do. You wish upon a star.
You're wishing upon a fucking star, Claire.
No, I have a plan.
Yours is a pie in the sky idea.
You are not man enough to talk about. Because you have to pander to your shit for brains, viewers. Like Gerald.
Don't be stupid.
Whatever, however you want to pronounce his shit retard.
I don't pander to anybody, by the way. I don't pander to anybody.
Piece of shit.
Who is?
Gerald. Whatever his stupid shit for brains name is. Why does he have this stupid name? Because he doesn't.
Well, that's
want
not
to be
very nice, is
identified.
it?
No, I don't want to be nice to retards and degenerates who pretend not to understand what I'm saying. And you're doing it for him. You're pretending not to understand.
I think we're having a very... no, I'm not. I'm having an absolutely frank conversation with you here.
Yes,
what am I
It's
hiding?
a bit legalistic. Ooh, we hate it because we're white and it's fucking brown and we want to remove the kebabs. Right, that's what you're saying. But you won't say it. So how are you going to remove the kebabs and all the people you hate?
You're inciting me to commit hate speech here in the United Kingdom. I've never said anything of the sort.
I'm not inciting. Okay, you say it in a more polite
you're implying...
way. I'm just reading your mind.
No.
And retard shit for brains viewers who love you for being so reasonable. Oh, it's more than my job. It's more than worth my pay grade to talk about all the Jews and the Muslims. Yes, I know you're their hired hand to piss.
I'm a hired hand.
Yes.
Hired by whom?
You're hired by them. They give you super chats. They give you super chats for taking the position.
Holy shit.
Yes.
I've had about 10 super chats.
Well, I'm sure you'll have some more. And that is why you have to keep taking that position and pretending you don't know what I'm on about. Oh, it's brown. Let's go for white Mormonism. Yeah, go ahead. I'll finish my
I don't know what to say to all that. For one, I don't pander to my audience. Two, yes, I am concerned about the government coming and putting my door through for doing a hate speech here in the United Kingdom. Obviously, that's just being sensible. I don't want to be prosecuted. I also am a law-abiding citizen. I genuinely don't want to
So
break
am
the
I a
law.
law-abiding fucking citizen. I haven't broken any laws, but I'll just say
I
what
haven't
is legal
accused you
for
of
me to
them.
say. No, you're implying that we're not.
Yeah,
We haven't broken any
Claycourt,
laws. Vincent and I have not broken
you have
any
ethnic
laws.
privilege that I don't. Okay,
No, they can come at me.
you can get away with a lot more than I can.
Oh, you think the coppers coming, doing a dawn raid on me in 2013 was getting away with it? And spending all day at the cop shop was getting away with it?
Well,
Really?
I would remind.
I've gotten away
Obviously,
with
you
it.
went too
Oh,
far.
wow. Well, how
No,
did I go
obviously you
too
went too
far?
far that time, didn't you?
No, I didn't go
You don't
any.
want it to happen again.
You
No,
got arrested, Claire? Claire, you got
Yes,
arrested?
you did.
yeah.
For what?
So I don't enjoy ethnic privilege, as you like to call it. I actually wrote about it in, I think it was 24th February 2013. I even blogged about it. I even drew a picture of the cell I was in with a toilet
It's
in
because
it.
basically she was insulting some disabled woman, wasn't it? I don't even know if you're allowed to talk about it. Maybe you shouldn't.
Yes,
Maybe you
go
just
ahead.
shouldn't.
I mean, actually, I said fine. Just, I look forward to my day in court, and then they just
Basically, here in the United Kingdom, if you cause gross offence to somebody and they take that offence and they report you, then the police are going to come round and deal with you here and put you away. It's not like in the United Kingdom.
They
So
tried to get us arrested. They tried to get Claire arrested for our for making fun of some girl named Cherry Menthol.
Who?
what?
Don't you remember
Who
when
did?
Cherry Menthol called the police on us, Claire?
The name rings a bell,
You don't
but
remember Cherry Menthol? We made a stream about her, about how she was such a wishy-washy Gentile and didn't have values, and then she called the cops on us, and the reason we didn't get arrested was because one of us is not, we're not both in the UK, and that I'm not a UK citizen, and you didn't necessarily, you weren't the one who was initiating this talk and all this other kind of stuff, so you didn't get arrested. You don't remember any of this?
um, yes, it's come back now. Yes, yeah. I mean, this is how they roll, and you just have to defy them. And so I was taken to the cop shop, and I was taken to the interview room, and there was this copper with this arch fucking lever file full of my printouts from my blog. Did you write this? Did you write that?
They had a
So yes,
huge
yes.
bit of file of printouts of your blog.
It's not just a sort of ordinary file, an arch lever file. You know what an arch lever file is, do you?
The really big brown ones.
Yes.
Really? Why would they, in this day and age, why would they print everything out?
I
It's
guess
the
to
UK.
intimidate me.
Look, it's the United Kingdom. You don't realise what kind of authoritarian police state we live under here.
Oh yes, and the British don't have a constitution. The sort of unwritten constitution crap has been a fraud on them for generations. You don't have
So
a
basically,
constitution.
the moral of the story is that you have to be more careful with your words.
No, but it was technically legal. Nothing I said was illegal about this. What was her name? I've forgotten her name now.
Cherry Menthol?
No. This woman who called the
Good. Well,
cops
let's
on
not
me.
mention her by name. Let's not even mention her by name then. Let's not
What?
make the same mistake again.
No, I can mention her name. I'm just not allowed to contact her.
Claire was done for being a stalker, basically.
No. Months after that incident, the Facebook group was still up. That she was complaining about. Because what I asked was a series of questions, so I do have a bit of an understanding of how the law works. So I made sure that nothing I said was a statement, but a series of questions that painted a picture about her motivations for what she was doing.
Yeah.
And she didn't like it, but she knew that that there was no legal action, and so she called the cops on me. Jessica Toms
Well, anyway,
was her name. But anyway, months after that, she, the Facebook, so it didn't even violate, it didn't even violate the Facebook community rules. But she still got me, the cops have, five of them turned up, and it was a dawn raid. I mean,
Five
Yeah.
the
cops
thought.
came to arrest you.
did they put you in
Yes,
handcuffs?
No, they came in private. I mean, they didn't come in a jam sandwich, but there were five of them. So no, I do not enjoy ethnic privilege. In fact, there is no ethnic
Well,
privilege.
you do it. Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's a phenomenon, Claire. It's a phenomenon that, in general, you have greater liberty to speak out, on ethnic issues than I do.
No, look, it doesn't do you any good hiding behind the skirts of non-white women. Suella Braverman, and now she's got the job.
I'm not
too,
hiding
right?
behind them.
No, okay, I'm talking generally about men who Suella Braverman was the sort of latest
Yeah, but by saying that, you're
non-white
acknowledging the phenomenon
male
exists. Hold on.
character that they were hoping would kind of push their Islamophobic hatred against immigrants. And anyway, she got the top, and Rishi Sunak, he's not going to be there for much longer. And the latest thing that Vincent and I can tell you about is Spacepan, right? Because we were talking about Spacepan, this men's rights activist who actually said, I am useful to white heterosexual men in making their case. Because, presumably, if women get upset about what he says about women and refuse to have sex with him, he doesn't care because he's gay. But for the white heterosexual men, on whose behalves he is acting, obviously, don't want their women to hear all the mean things that Spacepan has been saying about feminists. And I'm saying it's time to do your own dirty work and not let people people who are not white and male. You really have to do it yourselves. You have
Yeah.
to take yourself seriously. Sorry, maybe the cops will come for you, but I guess you'll have to martyr yourselves or something.
I kind of missed most of that because my dad shouted me, but it is. You do occupy a different legal status, basically, and maybe an unacknowledged one.
You think I'm going to get a job, right? If I applied for a job that I was actually trained for, I'm going to get a job, right, in the legal profession and shit like that. No, I'm not. So I'm in the same position. I just don't whinge. I don't whinge like you two. You all do. And obviously,
Pot calling the
sacrifices
kettle
have to
black.
be
I mean,
made.
come on. You never
Sacrifices
shut up whinging.
I complain and I propose solutions. And the rest of you just whinge and then say, oh, I was only joking, I was just laughing, and nobody takes you seriously, and your women hate you because you won't take yourself seriously. You won't actually say what you need to do. You just want to whinge and blame the Jews and fight with each other whom you hate more. And you're not going to
Again, you're accusing me of something that's not true. I'm
I'm
not
lumping you
anti-Semitic. I'm
with
not blaming the Jews.
I do blame the Jews, actually. I do blame the Jews. And I tell them, that is because you haven't been promoting the no-hide laws and you still refuse to rank the four Gentile religions according to their conformity with the no-hide laws. You're still refusing to do that. And Muslims are too dumb to get the Jews to do it. They can't use the arguments, or they're too stupid to understand what I'm saying. I don't know. But basically, I think the Muslims have a problem. They're waiting to be given the green light to support secular Quranism, and they're not getting it. They're not getting from you guys. They're not getting it from
Don't be
the government.
slip that in like in the middle of some sensible comments, just like it's also a sensible statement. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, so you're just saying that Muslims don't like secular Quranism because they don't like it.
They consider you a heretic, an annoying woman who's sticking her beak in things that she has no business sticking her beak in, basically. But also, they will use you as a useful idiot, Claire Core, if you're going to like advance any step of Islam whatsoever. Some of them out there will be happy just to have you along for the ride.
They're not, though, apart from Khalid, who's at least prepared to talk to, non-Muslims on their own terms without, sounding, creepy and
What's
introducing
Khalid's
Arabisms.
game then? What's his story? Why is he
He would want to sell us
talking about
happiness
this?
lessons, right?
Yeah, what the hell's that?
He thinks a lot of people are unhappy, and there is some wisdom in Islam that even non-Muslims can partake of. And he doesn't talk like one of them, right? He doesn't just pepper his speech with peace be upon him and all that sort of annoying shit, the way William Brayard
Yeah,
does.
you hate that, don't you? You hate
I
that
fucking
too.
hate it. Yeah, but they're thick as shit, most of them. That they don't know how annoying it is. Even when they write PBUH, just read one of William Brayard's papers, and then it just makes you want to puke.
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing more disgraceful than a white man just taking up, just following their stupid shit and
Yeah.
But he's not an educated man, to be fair. He's been in prison and stuff. Doesn't have the
So, did you see? I was just looking for something on my phone. Did you see? Just going back to the topic that we were talking about a few moments ago about hate speech. Here in the United Kingdom, an ex-Met officer guilty of sending a racist message. Did you see this in the news?
everyone. So in a way, it's actually good news. It's like, well, everybody's been accused of being a Nazi, blah blah blah. It's like, yes, it's good that this is happening because it won't seem so bad and weird now to be accused of hate
But-
speech.
Just for those who don't understand, like, and Vincent, I hope you're listening. Here it says, like, a former Metropolitan Police officer has been found guilty of sending an offensive racist message following a BBC Newsnight investigation. Michael Chadwell, 62, of Hampshire, was in a WhatsApp group with other former officers where numerous racist messages were shared. The man served in various parts of the Met Police, but all spent time in the Diplomatic Protection Group. Messages shared in the group included references to the Duchess of Sussex. So that's Prince Harry's wife. Okay. At City of London Magistrates Court. So this went to court on Monday. Chadwell was found guilty of one count of sending by public communication grossly offensive, racist messages. Okay, and what do you think, right, the message was that he was found guilty of? It was an image of parrots of different colours, birds. So it was an image of parrots of different colours and children of different ethnicities, and there was a caption on it which said, "Why do we cherish the variety of colour in every species except our own?" And then it said,
Fair enough.
"Because I've never had a bike stolen out of my front yard by a parrot." So just to be clear, I'm reporting the news. I'm not making this joke, but that is
Beyond a joke.
that is a meme that was shared in a private WhatsApp group, and so an ex-police officer. And then Chadwell, when he sent that message, he wrote, "Oops, not too woke." The court heard. On Monday, he told the court he thought the image was a silly joke but was a little bit Monty Python, and he was found and he
Dead
was found
parrot.
and he was found guilty.
Okay. We already know we won't get justice, and actually this brings us nicely to Alison Shablow, who actually I sort of want to maybe do a stream directly to her, and I was basically saying to her, you should come on my show, on my channel, and we can play this sort of parlor game thing, and I try to get you to talk about Jews, and you never do, and if you do say it, it'll be sort of like a moment, and she won't do it. She won't do it. And I say, you don't even have to talk about Jews. You don't have to talk about Jews. You can talk about
So
the
you're in
mother.
communication with her again, is that what you're saying?
No. I'm just talking about when I was last in
Oh, okay.
communication with her, and one of the things that I'm
Well,
trying to get her to do is like, look, Alison, you just make me your spokesman on Jewish affairs. You just say it. You just tweet it. You just post it on Facebook, and then I'll do it. I'll then everybody will just be trying to catch me out, etc., and showing those pictures and whatever. And I said, it's only then that they'll come for me. But instead, she's saying, oh, I'll keep appealing, and it's like nobody cares. It's like, when this copper gets done for this little parrot joke on a WhatsApp group, that there's no justice for any of us now.
but I hope
That's
that
why she should be letting me represent her views on Jews, because I can guarantee you that they won't be happy to hear what I have to say about them. And
I
I'm
might
going
have
to
to
take the flak.
I might have to talk about that I just read out to my audience, like in a separate stream actually, because I think it's kind of important that people understand the levels or to which
Censorship
the levels to which we
that is to
could
come.
be
It's bad
prosecuted
enough
here in the
now.
United Kingdom.
Yeah,
And
it's
like
like
many people don't understand when I'm taking extreme care as to not be grossly offensive on the internet as to really what that actually means and why I'm doing it. And you're saying you won't fucking say it. You won't fucking say what you mean. And I just gave you a perfect example as to why.
I'll take the flak. I don't think I said anything about Jews that could be interpreted as being grossly offensive. I'm complaining. Actually, I'm complaining about white men who refuse
Oh well,
to
there
do
you
anything.
go. You're allowed to do that.
And you can accuse me of hate speech or whatever. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm just stating the problem. I'm stating the problem, and I'm proposing the solution. And if I get into trouble, so be it. But anyway, if Alison were to do as I ask her, and I have been nagging her, she can just pass on
Well,
the burden to
I
me,
think.
and I will
Well,
say,
obviously she shouldn't do that. I mean, come on, Claycore. Alison's been already been jailed for breaching these rules already. The last thing that she needs to do is say, "Look, I'm going to hand over my agency here to Claycore. She is the agent of my thoughts here on the internet." Fuck
well, we'll
me,
just have to
that's the
share a
last
cell together if we both get into trouble. All right?
I mean, what kind of a mad fucking world are you living in here?
No,
Like,
no,
come
no,
on.
no. Okay. I'm pretty confident that I will get a better and bigger audience for what I have to say than what she has to say. That's what I'm saying, and that's what she couldn't take. And that's why
Sorry
she never
about that.
posts on social media. And whatever she posted on the in the
Good, she's
chat
learning a lesson.
in Thomas's stream was barely coherent. I mean, Thomas wanted to answer a question, but he didn't understand what she was saying.
It did look like she'd been on the bottle a little or something.
Yeah, yeah,
Her
yeah.
words were mixed up.
Confusing her pronouns and everything. I mean, I thought okay, I don't even pretend to know what I or what I thought she was saying. But anyway, I'm saying, let me do it, and then we'll have some progress. But I need her to do it because it can't be you or anyone else. I need her to do it. I need her to say, I trust Claire to represent my views on Jews.
But she doesn't. She
I
doesn't.
know,
Your
I
views
know,
are completely
I know, and
different.
that is why we will never go forward.
She was just making some funny songs about
She mocked the
the
Holocaust.
certain historical events there from the mid-century,
Yes,
but also she made the mistake of she went on a podcast with this like
it is
crazy
anti-Semite in
crazy guy
America.
called John Friend in America, and on that she spoke for something like 3 hours. And the problem is when if you go on there to and like what you're doing is questioning a certain historical narrative from the middle of the last century, then there are going to be like probably 50 or 100 different things that are going to come out of your mouth that can be used against you there over the course of 3 hours, and you're just leaving yourself wide open. And all of these things, like you found yourself now, can be compiled in a folder, in a file, in a Lever Arch file, and then one day you could be sat there asking to explain
Yes,
yourself.
yes, I am very happy to explain myself in court. That's what I'm prepared to do for you guys. Because I'm sick of not being able to explain myself and everybody pretending not to understand and looking away and leaving the room. I just want to get it off my chest. So I don't care if I get into trouble. Okay, I don't care.
Well, you don't speak for me
Happy to have
anyway,
my
so
day in court
you don't
if they
speak for me.
want to
You don't
do.
represent my views.
Well, I mean, if
So,
you want to, I have a theory about Jews, and I'd like to be able to say it. And I mean, the thing is,
well,
it'll probably be found to be quite offensive by Jews.
go ahead at your own expense. Don't rope
Okay,
me
so
into
you're
it.
not going to encourage Alison to. You think she'll get into more trouble just by saying, I trust Claire to represent my views on Jews?
Absolutely, yes. I think
Okay.
Alison's doing well, keeping her mouth shut. She's been told, don't be grossly offensive on the internet anymore. And I think she should just avoid that topic altogether now. Obviously, once you've done something like that, you've made such an error that you've ended up in jail. Even if it's a gross miscarriage of justice, whatever. you, at all costs, you now need to be focused on your self-preservation, really,
Okay,
and not let
I
that
mean,
happen again.
I think that there are several interesting points that arise from her case about what is grossly offensive. Who decides what is grossly offensive?
Yes, this is a problem with our laws.
Which nobody has even thought to ask. I am legally trained.
No,
So I'm
they're
saying that
deliberately
Alison
vague.
has an opportunity for taking her fight further, but through me, and she doesn't want it because she doesn't want me to get the attention.
Did she appeal? Did she? No, she
I don't know.
served a
She keeps
sentence. So
appealing, and God knows
she
what she's
served a
appealing.
sentence. So what does it matter? She's done the time. It's too late.
She's appealing about something else. I don't even know.
Either way, it's too late. She served a sentence. It's over.
Well, she's still
Basically.
under some sort of restriction, and actually, this just makes me think of Anjan Chowdhury, who basically took the law at its word, and he's a trained solicitor because apparently they let him out of what was that prison he was in? Not Newgate. What am I talking about? Where all the terrorists.
Belmarsh.
That's right. and then he was subject to restrictions, so he was a good boy. And then when the restrictions were lifted, he was apparently was everywhere. He was on LinkedIn, he was on Twitter, he was on Facebook apparently. And
What an
and then,
idiot.
then they came down on him like, oh yeah, and they couldn't do anything. And then some Canadian Islamist arrived, and they got him for that. I don't even know the reasoning behind it. But I mean, he literally took them at their word, like, oh my restrictions are lifted on such a day, then I'm just going to be all over social media. And he was. So they basically found something to get him on. Is he back in Belmarsh?
I don't know. I don't know anything about the guy.
Guys, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about
it,
him.
It doesn't even
he
matter.
probably
It
deserves
doesn't
it.
even matter if you break the rules. They'll find something. Because actually, I was following the case quite closely, and he thought, as a solicitor, that he was well within the rules. But they just found something, They just found something and found him guilty of it and put him in prison. But he was, being careful as far as he was concerned, because he thought, no, what I say doesn't actually, I'm not actually, inviting, or I think his thing was at the time ISIS was not a proscribed organisation. So, but then when it was, he stopped. But they got him for something else.
Yeah, the problem comes with these radical preachers in that they preach to, like, so they will say, like, what we need is like full Sharia, and so they will preach to, therefore what we should be doing to X, Y, and Z are these punishments and these prescriptions that are in the Sharia here, and this comes across as extremely threatening to the populace of the United Kingdom when they hear this kind of
Yeah,
thing.
they don't care if somebody's technically guilty of whatever. It's like, we don't like him. We don't even care if it's a trumped up charge. And that's their attitude. But they should care if he was properly convicted after a fair trial. But they don't care. It's like, I hate you. I don't care if somebody just comes up to you and shoots you in the head because I don't like you. And this is the attitude that will not work to your advantage, shall we say. It's something called the rule of law, that, if you have any hope of having a civilized society, you should follow. But clearly, nobody cares about
Well, I'm conflicted about this
anymore.
I'm conflicted about when you bring up cases like such these radical, in quotes, hate preachers such as whatever Amjad Chowdhury and this. Because in one sense, I think that I understand that a society should probably want to crack down on things like that which oppose it. But then in another sense, I want my liberty to speak freely here in that society, and so it's supposed to be consistent.
Speeches are free speech. Chowdhury's
Yeah, it's supposed to be consistent.
Free speech.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But I do understand. I recognise the conflict. That's all I'm saying.
It has to be resolved in favour of the rule of law. In fact, I think you actually don't even know what he was convicted of and how he was convicted, and you don't care because you don't like him, and you might get done for something, and people, I say, I don't like Stephen, doesn't care. We don't care if he was wrongly convicted. He deserved it because we don't like him. And,
well, I was attempting to be honest and saying,
if we want to live in a civilized
Claire,
society.
I'm attempting to be honest and saying I understand the conflict. Why a state should want to crack down upon enemies within, basically, preaching foreign ideologies.
Yes, I know.
And stuff like that are threatening to it.
That deals with give justice even to your enemies. It says that.
So there is this conflict with free speech. It's like the First Amendment has basically been in America has been used against the people to the point to which now they've I can't explain very well, but they used it. They used the breadth of it with which to advocate for all the things now that the horseshoes come back around. And they're now able to stifle stifle you with it. So they advocated for all the things that they can now use against you, basically.
Well, it's even worse than that in America because have you heard of was it Club 65 or something? The 65 Project, whereby lawyers who might act for Trump and his supporters are basically being threatened and sued by lawfare. Have you heard of that one?
No,
Okay.
I don't know
So,
anything
so
about
I'm,
that.
I'm saying, look, I'm saying that the Americans are also in trouble, the Trump supporters, because, you know, they're all being kind of hunted. And the only way to fight this is to overturn the narrative, and I need the cooperation, particularly of Alison. She's not doing anything anyway. She's
Why do you
not
even want to associate with it? Why do you want to associate with Alison's views?
because I have a few things I want to say about Jews, and associating
But they're
with
not
anyone
those
else who
things,
has
are
not
they?
been. What?
They're not those things, though. They're not those things. They're not the same things that Alison
My,
wants
my
to say.
bargain with her is this. I know she's not particularly fond of them, and I'm saying I am aware that what I'm saying will not be received well by Jews. Yes? And I'm saying if she wants to offend Jews, I can offend them too. So I will be killing two birds with one stone. But she still
Never
won't do
use
it.
that idiom. Never use that idiom when you're
Why
talking
not?
about Jews. Killing. I mean, come on.
Well, it's only an idiom.
Think
I'm
about
not
think about the
talking
algorithm.
stoning
Yes.
anyone.
Think about the algorithm. Come on.
Well,
If you put those two words side by side, alarm bells are going to go off.
well, we'll see. We'll see. But anyway, I hope people will listen to this exchange. I hope Alison will listen to this exchange.
I just don't get why you two are even anywhere on the same page. Alison is a historical revisionist of a historical event from the last century, and you are just like a crazy fucking Islamophile.
I'm
The
a
two don't
political
seem
activist. I am a
compatible.
political activist. I have been associated with anti-Semitism because of those infamous flag and gun photos, right? I have dropped my calling card with these anti-Semites.
Yes, I know, but you're not a historical revisionist, are you?
I want
Wow,
to
that silence was
I want
deafening.
to question
Wow.
the validity
Okay.
of Holocaust denial laws in the Free West. I
But are you a historical revisionist?
is that a euphemism for Holocaust denier?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad that I have no comment to make on the Holocaust. I certainly do not deny. I certainly do not deny that Jews were hurt by Nazis and killed even. But I think it is highly suspicious that historians such as David Irving can be imprisoned for having the wrong view. It is inconsistent with being in a free society. And I want to make a point about that.
Well, Claire Khaw. And here I thought we were just having a nice conversation about religion,
Mormonism.
about Mormonism. And really there was the dark underbelly of historical revisionism brooding there all along.
Yeah, I better not rename the title, with anything with her name in case it gets nuked.
No,
Because
just leave it
happened
as it
to me a
is.
few times when my
Yeah.
Oh God, did you say anything on here that would get my stream taken down?
I don't think so. I mean, because Stephen was a restraining force, and he wouldn't even say Holocaust denial. He had to say historical revisionism. You know how careful he is. No, I don't think I did. Does anybody in the chat? I was talking about Alison Chabot. Maybe I shouldn't even mention
One of the
her.
things that as well. People appreciate, I think, when I come on, that I'm not going to get their channel nuked. Okay, so that's another part of it. Vincent knows when he brings me on, there's no danger to his channel.
Well, I don't think I said anything that need.
No, I don't think so either.
Okay,
But
thank you.
yeah.
Thank you for that confirmation.
Yeah. All right, I think this has been an interesting conversation. I feel a lot longer. I've got to go home, by the way. I'm still at my parents' place here.
And not talking to them. Go and talk to your parents.
Well, I've been here hours. They think I'm having a snooze in the bedroom here, so
Oh, all right.
yeah. They've got a big, huge bungalow, so just take myself off. So I'm gonna head home now. So thank you for having me on, everybody.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you
Thank you
for
for
dropping
coming.
by.
All right, see you all later.
Talk to you later.
Well, I mean, if that, like, yeah, that's about the most cogent it gets on this side of things. Give me 1 second, Claire.
I Khaled just got back to me saying, "Oh, I'm sorry I missed this," and I said it's still going. So
Okay, let's see if he comes on, because I'm meeting with him tomorrow. Actually, we'll have a little. Hold on.
okay. What do I have to say? Am I going to go into nag mode again? Yes, I think Alison can help her people by agreeing to what I have been suggesting, which is that she trusts me to express her views on Jews. And once that is done, I will get the attention. And I think this is what she doesn't want to happen. And that is, that is what is stopping her.
Well, yeah, I'm talking with him tomorrow, and this thing about, I had that list of laws in the Quran or Islamic laws that I'm against, and I know not all of them are in the Quran, and I know not all of them are always applied, and if you ask different Muslims, it means different things, and blah 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 blah. But I have that list, and then I also have this thing about, immaterial, unperceivable, unpolytheistic God, and so I have these two things of my complaints, against Islam, some of its rules, and it's, underpinning, it's theological underpinning. What it wants you to believe is not very consistent with an advanced civilization.
Like what? What does it mean to live in an advanced civilization? What is a civilization? Okay, for me, a civilization is a city state. That is the beginning of what is called civilization.
Okay,
When people,
civilizations don't kill people for witchcraft.
well, the Christians did. I
Well, they
mean, the
don't do it
whole of
anymore,
Europe
and
were
that
burning
that
witches at the
didn't.
stake, and Salem witch trials. Were you
Okay, but we
not a
don't have that anymore
civilization at
because
the time?
materialism took over. Like, people no longer actually believe in an immaterial spirit realm where, like, you can commit sorcery. It just, people don't believe in it anymore.
It's not a capital crime in Islam. Okay, it barely mentions it.
Well, in
So
certain countries, it's a capital crime.
okay, but I have already said that Muslims have historically distorted the principles of the Quran to suit their temporary political purposes, and I've also told you about the House of Saud, and of course Saudi Arabia is an absolute
Well, even the fact
monarchy.
that you just are accusing each other of witchcraft without murdering each other, spreading suspicion, fear, maligning people, cutting them off from profession because now they've been accused publicly of sorcery, like, that's just not civilized behavior.
Well, I've heard of the McCarthy era witch hunts.
Those weren't witch hunts. They weren't hunting witches. They were hunting communists.
But it's the same idea.
No, there's no sorcery going on in communism. No one's accusing them of supernatural feats.
I think when you accuse in the olden days when you accused old women living on their own of sorcery, it's because maybe they said things that people didn't like, and then they
Oh,
decided to
please. They
accuse
would
them.
just randomly target those women because they never had a husband, and that means they're weird, and so they're eccentric. They went after eccentric people. They would go after artists too. Like, if you just were a little bit different and weird and looked weird and acted weird, and you were maybe like Nikola Tesla, a little bit autistic, they would accuse you of being a sorcerer. I mean, math. Do you know that mathematics used to be accused of sorcery? Did you know that?
No. Shocking.
Mathematicians, it used to be associated with, you know it you were allowed to do it, but it was still like, kind of viewed like sorcery and not something that, like, decent people did. It wasn't something decent people did back in the Middle Ages. It was, you know
Associated with witchcraft. But anyway, the Quran does not execute witches. It forbids it, but doesn't cite a penalty. I mean, you can imagine conjurers being accused of witchcraft, huh? And what about this trick Jesus performed about the loaves and the water into wine? He could easily have been convicted of witchcraft.
yes, I mean, if he did that, yes, he would be accused of witchcraft.
But unfortunately, there are witch hunts being conducted, and the witches are the heretics, and we are the heretics.
You're mixing someone's ideas with someone's ability to practice magic. Those are two very separate accusations.
Well, you could be not practicing magic and accused of witchcraft, or you
Uh,
could be
no, but
claiming
if
to
you're accused of
practice
witchcraft, you're
witchcraft,
being you're being
practice magic, but
no,
and still be
if you're
accused.
oh, Claire, you're muddying the waters. If you're accused of witchcraft, you're accused of practicing magic. If you're accused of communism, you are not accused of practicing witchcraft. It depends on what the accusation and what you're on trial for and what you're being executed for.
Well, people used to be executed for being traitors.
Okay, there's a difference between being a traitor and saying you believe in magic. Those are two very different things. But
Okay, it doesn't
again,
matter. It's like
yeah, I know it doesn't matter.
whatever you can say to get someone. Maybe if we were both Jewish and lived in a Torah theocracy, I might accuse you of breaking the Sabbath to get you
Okay, but
executed.
there's a difference. Okay, fine. You just don't understand about believing in magic and not believing in magic. Hello, Khalid, you're here. So
Hello.
you're just entering now. And I want to talk about this stuff when we meet tomorrow about why I don't like Islam. But right now we're fighting over,
Oh, I,
the thing that,
I just realised I had it playing at the same time. Sorry, in the background. I was wondering why it was echoing. Sorry, go on. So I just joined a bit late. I know. I just saw a message. Sorry.
yeah, well, we're just fighting right now about the idea. Claire thinks there's no difference between accusing someone of being a communist and accusing someone of being a witch. She thinks that they're like interchangeable, and I'm saying that, the one believes in a magical universe where someone is being accused of magic, and another a person is being accused of basically having an ideology that's based in the real world. And we're fighting, because in Saudi Arabia people are executed for witchcraft. And we're, basically my point is that, that's, Islam leads itself to people believing in this mystical magical world and accusing each other of witchcraft. And I think that's very different than executing someone for treason for something that they actually did, rather than for talking with the spirit realm. Those are two different things.
So let me check. Claire, is this right? I mean, why we care? Okay, so, oh my God. So the whole thing about witchcraft, that was just weird by itself. That,
But people are accused of
He's just
witchcraft.
using witchcraft to say, look, Islam is a retarded. Look at them executing witches, and I say it doesn't even say execute witches in the Quran. I
But
mean,
okay, but it's anti-witchcraft in the Quran. It admits that witchcraft exists.
really? Is this what you gave me a long list of things that I'm slowly going
Okay,
through for
did you
tomorrow's
hear?
chat?
Did you know that in Saudi Arabia, they not very recently, but within the past 10 years, they have executed witches in Saudi Arabia. We were just
I've
looking that up. Okay, we were just Claire will verify that
They
happened.
do dumb. They do a lot of dumb things in Saudi Arabia, so I can't support everything they do.
Okay, but witchcraft is an accusation in Islam. People do accuse each other of witchcraft, and the Quran does speak of witchcraft.
Really? Okay. I mean, is it in the list that you gave me? There's quite a
No,
long
it's
list I'm
not.
going
But
through.
witchcraft is a in some Muslim countries and not just Saudi Arabia is a capital offense. But yes, sorcery is mentioned in the Quran. Witchcraft in the Quran.
Yeah, please send me that. I could go through that as well. I've never heard of that one before. Yeah, I saw. Who did I see? James? No, Stephen in the chat. Looking forward to seeing tomorrow as well. So we're doing
Okay, do
Claire.
you know what
Just
sahir
yeah, go on.
is? Do you know what sahir is? This is the word that they use for magic.
Can you give me the verse?
Okay, this one is the ones where they're talking about witchcraft and sorcery. So the word magic equals sihir is mentioned in the Quran, both in Surah 20 verse 71 and Surah 37 verse 15. The
So
word
I'll go through 2071. I'm just having a quick look. Got the Quran open. Um, Let me see. Oh, and the magicians were told to fall down prostrate. They said, "We believe in the Lord of error." Oh, this is the magicians of, like, as in they're not really magicians. They're people who are illusionists. In Moses. I mean, you might know the story. I think it's common in
those were an illusion. That
Judaism.
was real sorcery. I mean, that wasn't a fake, that wasn't like a prop. That was actually, I mean, those snakes, those wands really did become snakes. And the Judaism does not deny the idea that sorcery exists. The Judaism doesn't, deny that there's actual mystical powers that demons have that can wield over the physical universe.
Hmm.
Are you saying
Yeah.
there's no such thing as magic in Islam? Like there are no demons that can perform, that can move? What about jinns and all that kind of stuff?
Okay, so let me quickly explain my point of view. So, as an Ahmadi Muslim, we are a bit more scientific than the average Muslim, and based on understanding of the Quran itself. So, a lot of, let's say, miracles. There's no such word as miracle in the Quran, by the way. They're called signs, right? And every sign requires reflection. So, what I the what I mean to say is that if you think about it, you'd understand it. Magic is not something you just suddenly understand. So, if I was explaining it more succinctly, maybe it was an illusion. It was an illusion, and Moses broke the illusion, despite not the illusion of the so-called magicians, despite not knowing how it happened. And those magicians saw that he didn't know what he was doing. So they realized there must be a greater power that destroyed their illusion. So that's my understanding. So that's it, really. It was an
Okay, well,
illusion.
I'm reading, so I know, you have your specialized, unacceptable Islamic interpretation because you're not a real Muslim and they don't really accept you and they persecute you and even murder you.
Sure.
And like, this is your, you do the same
I will
thing.
get I'll get proofs for this because this is a thing I haven't looked into too much. So I'll support that more clearly because I debate Muslims as well about different things like splitting of the Red Sea and stuff like that. And it happened, but it was just like it's been shown through what's it called? Not Ahmadi Muslims, but lots of other people who've gone through the science of this. It's not. First of all, it wasn't two vertical walls. The sea wasn't split into two vertical walls, but it was more like there was wind. Even in the Bible, it said it took like the whole night for the wind to blow water to one side, and then it came rushing back afterwards. So
Yeah, but even that doesn't, I mean, wind can't part of sea like that in the way that it did for that period of time.
Sure, because but first of all, it wasn't the Red Sea; it was a Reed Sea. So anybody who's looked into the original Hebrew, um, so basically, it's called the Reed Sea, and the Reed Sea means the Hebrew word that was used means the end of the sea. So basically, people have an idea of it was absolutely amazing and whatever, but logically it can't have been amazing because if literally there were two, if imagine this scene, right? Moses literally. Imagine if he literally split the Red Sea and there were two vertical walls of water either side of these the Jews who are crossing through. Do you really think Pharaoh would come in behind and go, "Yeah, I'm going to walk through that. I'm going to chase them. There's no God behind, supporting them." Do you know what I mean? He would like, "Yeah, Moses, your God's definitely very powerful. You just split the Red Sea in half like some crazy way." Do you know what I mean? So it's not realistic. The story
Okay.
isn't realistic in that understanding.
Well, just so you know, here on Islam questions and answers, they say that witchcraft is actually, it is real, and that it does have psychological and physical effects on people, and it says its effects happen by the will of Allah.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know about the whole thing about me being my faith group being persecuted, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said that in the latter days, and all the Muslims agree with this prophecy. In the latter days, which we're in right now, Islam will be broken into 73 groups, 72 sects, and one true community, right? And so right now there are that many people, that many groups. Maybe it fluctuates now and then, but very interestingly, all the Muslim groups got together in Pakistan and they said, "We are 72 sects, you are one, we are right," which is really funny because the prophecy was exactly the opposite, if that makes any sense. Does that make any sense what I've just said to you? Like there's a
Well, yeah,
prophecy
I mean,
literally.
yes,
Yeah.
you're trying to plug the idea that your understanding of these things are, superior. But I mean, when it comes to actually like world practicing Islam, the your sect is not a ruling sect. You don't control a country. You don't have many of you. You don't really have any power, and you actually negate a lot of the problems in Islam. You actually say, well, no, we're not supposed to do that, and we're not supposed to get violent, and all these different kinds of things. And so, I mean, you're not really
And
going
we
up.
and I debate, and I'll debate you on specifics, right? I'm going to check out this whole thing about this magician stuff, but I do debate a lot of Muslims about their understanding, and they never give any response. And I debate purely based on the Quran. So, and I do that all the time on a regular basis, like
You
this
don't use
Wednesday.
Hadith? You don't use Hadith at all? You don't listen to Hadith?
I do, but to keep it really simple, I try to keep it stuck to the Quran because the problem with Hadith is that some people will go, "This is a proper Hadith, this one's not a proper Hadith, this is a weak one, a strong one," all this kind of stuff. But with the Quran, you can't do that because it's the word of God, full stop,
Okay, give me 1 second.
according
I'll
to
be back
Muslim.
in 2 seconds.
Sure. Hi, doing, Claire? Is Claire gone? Let me see what's happening in the comments. Hello, Affluent for you. I thought you were seen in my streams as well, and Skywork 600. Okay, there's a bit of an overlap. Interesting. Maybe it's Claire's fans come to my stuff as well. Best increase my speed. Khalid's joined. Another perspective enters the room. Believe little of what is said regarding genetics. Genetics and pharma are artificial intelligence is being leveraged by sorcery. No joke. The last days. Oh yeah, the latter days for us Ahmadi Muslims is last 7,000 years. So, not to be too alarmed. You know, I think when were the ancient Egyptians, about 7,000 years ago or something. So you don't have to worry about it too much.
I don't know why people are just debating these dumb stories. It's like, who cares about, it's like the important thing is the rules, right? The rules that we
Mm.
feel we are able to live under. Just
One
forget
of which
all
is
that.
no witchcraft. One of those rules is no witchcraft. So
Yeah,
it
it
does.
doesn't execute. I mean, okay, you're
Okay,
gonna
they
go.
do. Okay, Claire, they do execute witches, though.
Yeah, but
Okay,
it's not in the
yeah, it doesn't.
Quran.
Yeah, it doesn't say execute anyway. There's just a story that mentions magicians and being defeated by Moses' stronger magic, let's say. So there's nothing about killing them. In fact,
Then
I don't
why
know
do
if
they kill them?
no. Oh, because they're crazy. Okay, for example, I'll tell you something really interesting, right? What do the Saudis do? Did you know that? I think a lot of non-Muslims know that that for some reason they're not allowed to go to Mecca. Have you heard that one?
No,
Yes, the
no, that's new
Sufis
to
are not
me.
allowed to go to Mecca.
So actually, the only people who are not allowed to go to Mecca are idolaters, but the people of the book are. But even Christians are stopped. Even theoretically, Ahmadi Muslims are stopped for some reason, which is
Okay,
crazy.
divination is banned. Wait, there's this whole Wikipedia
My
article
point
on.
is, my point is, Saudis do lots of crazy stuff. Let them do crazy stuff. They're not Islam. They even kill other Muslims in Yemen. Like they killed more Muslims than the Jews have killed, probably.
Okay, divination is specifically outlawed in the Quran.
Which what?
Divination.
Oh, divining. Oh, divining arrows, they call it, I think.
Fortune
Okay.
telling.
Yeah, fortune telling. It's basically
It's
gambling.
astrology.
Not gambling. No, not gambling.
Because
Divination is different than gambling.
okay, because I know about divining arrows, as in they used to throw arrows. If it was pointing one way, it meant do something, and pointing the other way, do something else, which is essentially gambling.
No, there's a difference between divination and gambling. You're trying to make this about gambling, and it's about divination.
Why are you so concerned about this? I just don't get
But
it.
because you're believing in mysticism, and it's
No, we're
like,
not believing in
No,
mysticism.
it's
We're just saying
no.
forget all this stupid shit.
Well, yeah, Claire's got a point. Okay, so what was the point? The point is don't do it. Don't get into this rubbish, like Claire's saying. That's what Quran is
okay,
forbidden.
and people
Don't do
die
it.
for this. People die because of these proclamations.
Well,
They
probably
die
not.
No,
getting themselves
oh, so
accused of
they didn't murder. They don't
communism.
murder witches in Saudi Arabia now. You've just changed your.
Oh, I see what you mean. I thought people die through magic or something. No,
No,
like I
people.
said, Saudis do dumb things. I just gave you an example.
Well, aren't they
Like,
the most
did you
pure?
know? Did you know? Christians are allowed to pray in a mosque according to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Did you know
Well, not
that?
according to them.
Exactly. So who are you going to listen to, Prophet Muhammad or them? And who are the Saudis? Some people that the West put them, like the Saud family, they put them in charge. Are they suddenly holy because the Western governments put them in there? Do you know that? Like, you know the history, right?
Hmm. Of what?
So,
The history
what
of
of
what?
the how? Okay, why is it called Saudi Arabia? Like, where's Saud from? What's that? That's the Saud family, and who put them in charge? Some Western government. I can't remember the whole history. Do you know the history, Claire, or anybody? It's like they were put there by a deal, a Western government deal. So like who they're not like holy people, they're just they're just political people who've been put in by a Western government. So who cares what they say?
Yeah, the House of Saud, which is a royal family, were elevated by the Western imperialists. They commit human rights abuses all the time, but the deal is that as long as you allow us to drill for oil in your country, we're going to shut up about your rights
Exactly.
abuses. That's the
Yeah, and I
deal.
think exactly. And they kill, as I say, they kill more Muslims than Jews. So like why are they some special people that we should listen to in terms of Islam? They don't matter. Forget them. They're idiots.
Well, I mean, they kind of follow the religion the most purely, and they started it. So,
No,
They
no,
follow the
people think
worst.
they do.
Okay,
People
do you know
just
what? I
think they
tell
do
you,
because they control Mecca.
yeah. Listen, I've never killed a Muslim, and they've killed hundreds of thousands. I don't know. Yeah, hundreds of thousands of Yemenis Muslims. So I'm better than them. So listen to me. What do you think about that argument?
well, I know that people are accused of witchcraft in other Islamic countries, even if they're not killed.
But
Yeah.
your tradition, Vincent, Christians are known for burning witches at the stake. So why are you
Yeah, but
just
I'm not a
pretending to be
Christian.
so
I'm not a
shocked?
Christian.
That,
I'm not promoting Christianity either. I mean, that's dumb too.
do you agree that your country needs a religion?
Um, well, I don't think that we need a religion that believes in magic and witches. No.
And we don't, so you should become a Muslim. Look, you're doing really well. You're getting closer and closer. Like you
Yeah,
gave me.
well, you obviously do believe in magic as it's there, and
No, I
source.
just told you I don't. But anyway, you
You
can't say
don't, but you're not
me.
a real Muslim. They don't even, they make you put special, they make you list your religion on your passport because you're not a Muslim.
Okay, so you're saying because I'm a minority, I'm not correct. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that 99% of the Muslim world says you're not Muslims.
So then you agree. Okay, so you're saying because
Because,
I'm a
yeah, because
minor.
you kind of, okay, how do you
Okay,
spell the
then
sect of,
based on your logic, you shouldn't believe in Jesus because Jesus was a minority Jew, and they tried
I
to kill
don't
him as
believe in
well.
Jesus. I don't believe in Christianity. I think Christianity is a false, I think Judaism is false, but I think Jesus just totally corrupted it and just made up whatever he wanted and created some new nonsense. Yes, and mixed paganism in with it and everything. Yes, I do believe that.
I don't know which religion you believe in, right? But let's say if you pick any religion, right? The prophet was always a minority. Like Prophet Muhammad was a minority when he started off. Moses was a minority. The Jews didn't really want to listen to him in the first place. They didn't really listen to him for about 40 years anyway, when he was wandering around in the Sinai. So it's like, who are you gonna what's your example? It's always the minor. And even the Quran, by the way, says if you follow the majority, be led away from the way of Allah, that's the way of God. So forget the majority. Majority are usually idiots. They understand they don't
Okay,
understand anything.
according to the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, you're not Muslims.
Okay, great. Now I just gave you like you can either listen to them or you can listen to Prophet Muhammad. But anyway, Prophet Muhammad said literally the opposite. He said there'll be 73 groups. One group will be correct, 72 will be wrong. They're saying 72 are right, which is them, and one group is right. So which
I
way are
don't
you
know if
going
they're
to go?
using that exact number 72, but
Yeah, but they said, well, it's known. I mean, yeah, they know of this prophecy, and they were 72 at the time, 72 groups, and there were even newspaper headlines and stuff like that on
okay,
there.
well, you're this minuscule sect that's saying all the other Muslims are wrong and we're the only right ones, and you're the
So
ones
it's
who.
not just a claim. I can go through verses of the Quran and stuff like that. So, and I do that on a regular
Okay, so then why
basis.
isn't everyone convinced of your claim if it's so factual?
Okay, why don't people follow the facts? Why do you think, Claire? What's the reason? Why do people not follow facts? Is there any reason?
They just want to use arguments that support their argument. And I'm saying it's silly to just look at Muslims and say, oh, look, that they're awful, Islam is awful. Although it has been said by Jay in particular, he likes to say that by your fruit, by the fruits shall you know the tree, by the fruit shall you know them. And I'm saying, you're going to meet a good Muslim, you're going to meet a bad Muslim. And therefore, the correct way of determining what a religion is always to go to its rule book, to see what, in theory anyway, what it's supposed to be. Because it's only through knowing what Muslims are supposed to do, or Jews or Christians, will you know what kind of person this person before you is. Is he an observant Jew? And all kinds of things. But first, you need to know what he's supposed to do.
I think that's a very sensible approach. So, first of all, that tell you, Vincent, not to listen to the Saudis because you're not supposed to. Muslims are not supposed to kill Muslims. So just forget them. They've already failed that badly. I mean, how badly can you fail that test? Just forget them. Yeah, exactly. So I shouldn't even follow this line of thinking. Claire, you're totally right. Let's focus on what's important. Like actually, just follow the book. Forget what this person or that person is doing. Just follow the book. That's right. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes, and then and Muslims actually agree when you ask them. So which Muslim country follows Islam correctly, and they go, oh, we've never done it properly all our lives, or for the entire length of our existence. And it's like, yeah, nobody knows, but we can try and do it to the best of our ability. We can try to follow the rules. It's like, yeah, there's a recipe. You want to cook this dish. Well, you got to follow the recipe. And if you're a bit stupid and you can't follow instructions properly, then your dish will turn out bad. But let's just try and do it, to the best of our ability. But you have to follow the recipe. You have to look at the book. And everybody goes, who wants to look at instruction manuals? We don't like reading. And we just prefer to throw rocks at Muslims or Jews to say, look what rotten people they are. We're certainly not going to follow their stupid religion. I mean that's what these people are doing anyway.
Yeah,
Well,
and let's not waste our time and say
just
you're the right Muslim. You're Vincent. You've been really logical in saying that you're willing to take rules from Islam if they make sense. So let's just focus on being logical and helping ourselves to a better society, rather than saying you're bad, you stink, you look ugly. It's a waste of time. Just focus on results and moving forwards.
well, why can't we just do that? Why can't we just say, well, Islam is a mixed bag. Just take what's good and thank you very much.
Exactly. Forget who's right, whatever. Just get it. Let's just figure out what works.
Okay,
Make
so
your own
but
religion.
you're offering
Vincent
a
wants to
package
cherry
deal.
pick from the Quran.
You're
That's what he wants to do.
you're offering a package deal. Why should anyone take the package deal when they can just
Pick and mix.
yeah.
Yeah, sure. Pick whatever you think works. Great. Just do that, right? Even, you know what I mean? Just pick it, and then you end up picking all of Islam anyway.
Not all of
But
it. I would never pick all of it. I would just
I'm
take
just saying, just keep going the way you are. It's great. Keep doing it. Just don't worry about all the Saudis. It's a waste of your time.
well, they actually matter because they are, one of the largest empires in the Islamic world and one of the most important, and they own Mecca, and they are the home of Islam. They are the people who created it. And that's kind of just like saying, well, forget what all the American Christians
What
do,
do you mean
focus on what they're
created
doing
it?
in Zimbabwe. Like, well, Zimbabwe Christians aren't the
I
seat
mean,
of
yeah, they didn't create it or anything like that. They're just a temporary power that put in by the West at the moment. So, like, don't worry about them. They're just like this. They're just political
and just
figures.
we should all worry about you that 99% of people say are not Muslims.
No, I'm okay. Listen. Okay, let's say you want to live happily or whatever, right? You want to have a healthy life. You just follow the rules that work for you, okay? And then tell other people the rules that work for you. That's what we're saying. Don't worry about what Bob is doing next door or something like that. Just focus on what works for you.
I think the problem with Vincent is he just wants to go to the top. Understandably, it's like, who's in charge of the interpretation of the Quran? Who is the best And he's just saying, the most powerful Muslims must be Saudi Arabia because they control Mecca. And that's how he thinks. But actually, it's not true. If we were to think about it, actually, the more powerful Muslim countries, what about Iran, who, is a big country? America hates Iran. So obviously, there's something about Iran that annoys the Americans. And this is kind of how you work it out. I mean, you need to go below the surface. And I suppose Vincent was saying there's no point talking to you, Khalid, because you're a low status fringe Muslim whom most Muslims don't accept. But I don't think, and you, Khalid, made the point that actually, Moses was not high status, nor was Jesus, nor was Muhammad when he started out, and but fortunately for Muslims, Muhammad did eventually become a successful military and political leader.
Yeah,
And
what you're doing, basically, you're like a break off Mormon sect. Like we've been talking about Mormons who totally changed.
You didn't hear what Claire said, did you? Or what I said? Like,
Yeah,
it
I
doesn't
did.
matter. Don't worry
No,
about this minority stuff. Like, why are you bothered
no, because
about that?
you've changed it, and
No, you don't. You don't know that. But we'll go through one thing at a time. You can give me a list of things, or you've already given me a list. We'll go through that list. then you can give me more of a list. Then we'll
Well,
find out that I'm right,
to
and
see
that's
the
it.
exact differences between mainstream Islam. Okay, let's look.
You need to read the Quran, and you're too Islamophobic to read it. That is your problem. You told me to read it ages ago.
I did read it,
and
Claire.
now
I
you were
read
going.
the laws, Claire. The only parts I didn't read were the magic parts. I don't need to learn about magic.
Okay, don't read the map. I
I
only read it
didn't,
for
and
the
I didn't,
rules.
and you're not happy with the fact that I know the laws of the Quran, and that's all I need to know. And you want me to read mysticism, and I don't
No,
want to
I
read
don't want you to
mysticism.
do that. Okay, so you have read the Quran. No, you
I've read
haven't.
the
You
laws
just
of the
read a digest
Quran.
of it by some Muslim who said, here are the rules about the Quran, because he couldn't be
Oh,
bothered to read that.
Vincent, so disappointing. I thought you studied it and got those lists. You just copy pasted it, like the accusations you copied pasted from
No,
that
I
anti.
told you that not all of those come from the Quran, and I told you I know not all Muslims believe in all of that, but I
No,
did.
I was impressed that you got those rules. I thought
Oh,
you
do you think
studied
I
them. So
wrote?
you
No,
just
I didn't write those all down myself. I got those from
oh
Muslim
you
website.
you just
Oh,
copy
see, this is the
pasted
thing.
it.
Look,
Oh.
I don't have to read the whole Torah to know the 613 commands.
Okay, fair
And
enough.
I don't need to. If all I care about is the legalistic, I don't care that I'm told 500 times over I'm going to hell if I don't believe all this. I care about and that you're not white. So if I take the laws out of the Quran, then I don't know because I didn't learn about like Muhammad flying to the moon or to the mosque on a flying horse, and so therefore I have no credibility because I only know the rules.
Yeah, so by the way, Muhammad didn't fly in a horse because he
According
apparently.
to you.
Well, okay, I'll just tell you the logic because I've debated this in Speaker's Corner and stuff, and all the Muslims couldn't give me an answer, right? It's really simple logic. For example, when he was flying on the horse, where did he go to? He went to Masjid al Aqsa, which is the mosque in Jerusalem, which didn't exist at the time. So, what does it mean? It doesn't mean it was literal. So, it can't be literal because it wasn't physically existing at the time. So, that's it. That's kind of ends that argument really quickly. And there's loads of
So
other
it was a
reasons.
prophecy.
Yeah, I mean, it meant different things. Like, for example, all the prophets praying behind him. What does that mean? Did it literally happen? Stuff like that. It kind of happened, but it meant that all the religions would go behind Islam. That's what it
Look,
means
it's pointless. It's
metaphorically.
pointless to discuss an Islam that 99% of Muslims don't believe in. That's what.
Okay, that's a better argument. Okay, maybe. What do you think? So, if a lot of Muslims don't bother reading the Quran, aren't
No, they do
interested.
bother. They just don't. They don't. 99% of them don't come to your interpretation.
No, you should probably. Okay, so you should probably maybe if you got time check out. Oh, I'm late for something. Whoops. I'm late for a lesson. Bye. To go. Bye. I forgot. Bye.
Bye.
Catch you tomorrow. Catch you tomorrow. Bye.
Yes, catch you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for coming.
But it is pointless to bring forth this person that's considered a heretic. That's like bringing forth a Mormon to talk about Catholicism. It's just not fair. It's just not fair to.
Okay, so the only way you can talk about it sensibly is if you read the damn book, but you refuse.
Claire,
So
I
you
did.
rely on
Claire,
this source and that source, and it's not even the Quran. It's some
it is the
stupid
Quran. I
Muslim
have
saying
the
something
list. I have the
stupid
list
about
and
it.
the list of the Quran and the laws and the parts that matter. I'm not reading. I'm not taking my time to read 100 times over that I'm going to hell.
Don't really. Okay, so you
Well,
obviously
that's all
believe
that's
in
left.
God
What's
if
left
you're so
besides the laws?
triggered
Claire,
by
no,
the,
you know that the laws aren't enough. You know the law's not enough, and he
yeah,
knows
I
you
mean,
need
okay, I read the whole
mysticism.
thing from beginning to end, and it didn't bother me because I was, I didn't take all the threats seriously.
Okay,
But
well, I have
obviously,
the laws. I don't need
you
anything else
do. That's
besides
why
the laws,
you're
Claire.
so upset.
Claire, I didn't read the whole Talmud. But I have the parts of the Noahide laws that apply to me. I don't need to read the whole Talmud to know the Noahide laws.
You're making a lot of basic mistakes because you refuse to read the book.
No,
Because if you did read
excuse
the
me, there are
book,
no
and
basic
okay,
mistakes.
you just get the book and just strike out the bits that are stupid stories.
Yeah, we
and
were
threats
doing
and
that,
threats.
and it was like it took forever to get to the laws, and it was just like 99% fluff, 1% law, and just give me the laws out of the Quran,
Okay,
and thank you very
but
much.
you won't take my word. I mean, you won't even read my book, and it's so short.
Well, that's only because that's not because I refuse to read it. I just haven't read it yet. But
You haven't ordered it.
no, I haven't ordered it yet. But that's not because I refuse to read it. And, if somebody gave me a list of the 613 commandments, I don't need to read about how,
You
what's his
don't need
name,
to read
raped
it
his
because
daughter. I don't need
there's
to
no need to
read.
read it because they can't follow it because the third temple isn't
Okay, I
built.
didn't read. I don't need, I don't need to read the whole Talmud to get the Noahide laws. I just don't need to read the whole
No, there's no
Talmud.
need. I agree. But the Quran is very short. I mean, compared to the entire
Okay, well,
Talmud.
but all that matters is the laws, and I have them.
All right, and then you're going to say the Muslim, this school of Sharia says this, and it's like, yeah, we know the four different schools of Sharia. Actually, there are more, and if you look at the Wikipedia entry, you'll see that under Islamic jurisprudence and branches, you'll find a very complicated diagram explaining how many different schools and branches of Islamic jurisprudence. And I'm saying, don't worry about that, Americans. You have your Supreme Court, and the U.S. Supreme Court will be the final arbiter on any matters relating to the interpretation of the law.
Yeah, and how do we know they're not going to make it that people get their hands cut off for stealing a loaf of bread?
You
How
have
do
to
we know
control
that?
the interpretation, and
Well,
this
who's
means
going to control
political activism and taking an interest in these things.
it? Okay, well, in
And
some
only
Islamic
if you
countries, people's hands are cut off for, stealing. So I don't see why it's an improper interpretation.
okay, I mean, different countries interpret it in a different way, and we know that the Saudis do it differently to other Muslim countries. And I'm saying, of course, you have to look. You already know, as an American, that Supreme Court appointees are fought over fiercely. You know the trouble with Justice Kavanaugh and what's her name with the woman with the three names? What's her name? The Catholic woman.
1 second, Claire.
So it's a continuing process. Controlling the interpretation is a control. It, is a continuing process. I'm not going to guarantee that everything's going to be hunky dory the moment you adopt secular Quranism, because there are all these sort of things that you have to watch out for.
You
What's
just
his
think
name?
that everyone's going to interpret it your way, and that's just
No,
not.
I don't, which is why I already admit that it is all a matter of interpretation, and obviously you will have to put your Supreme Court appointees, but what you want is to reach such a place that you don't even think about these things. You implicitly trust your court, your judiciary, and your Congress and whatever that, and you think that the country is being run good and well enough for you not to be fretting over everything. That is where you want to get to.
This is just going to be battles over interpretations forever and ever and ever.
No, okay, so I don't know why you even bother with your political activism if you think everything's just going to turn to
No, because I
shit.
don't have anything that's based that's giving you an interpretation that might mean this and might mean that, and everyone's going to be sitting around fighting over it. It's a little
They
bit more
won't be
clear cut.
fighting over it as much once it is established. I mean, obviously it's not. Okay, I mean, there will be litigation based on it, and people prosecuted, and their lawyers trying to get them off, and whatever, and the DA wanting to get them, and there will be legal arguments. But we're just talking um, about how it would work in theory. And I'm saying these things that you say, oh, once we come a secular Corona state, anybody who practices a bit of astrology or fortune telling and palmistry, and and reads the horoscope in the newspaper is going to get executed. And I guess I get impatient because it doesn't say that in the Quran, and you don't know it says that, and you don't know that it doesn't say in the Quran, and you sort of want to believe that it does, so you can
Well,
reject
we
it.
just looked it up, and magic is discussed in the Quran. I mean, maybe witches are in, it's not something good, and divination is not supposed to be practiced. There are laws against divination. So, whether you get executed for divination is up to interpretation.
Indeed.
Okay, well, there
And
should
that
be
would
no
be a matter for
interpretation about
Americans
whether
to
you get killed for
control.
divination or not.
Yeah, but I think in practice people are not going to bother. I mean, all
Okay,
they
well, in
want is
practice
to
they
lower
do
the
in Muslim
status of people
countries.
who read their horoscopes and claim to be able to read people's fortunes, like saying this, this is just silly. And so they'll just fade away. Otherwise, there'll be, lots of snake oil salesmen trying to sell their, snake oil to credulous people who, want to, Ouija boards and all that sort of shit. Okay, I know maybe you're a bit sensitive about it because you used to practice it. You did say you practice the occult.
Yeah, I did used to practice the occult, and I don't think I don't think it's a good idea anymore. But I mean, I don't, you know, even just, yeah. I mean, but I don't see how it's any less absurd than saying God is immaterial and outside space and time. I don't see why it's like, it's not like one is better than the other.
Well, the logic of it helps you solve your problem
No,
because
there
what?
are no. It doesn't. It doesn't solve my problems, and I don't see. And you always talk
Okay,
about
what
these
is
things
your
that are not.
problem?
My problem is that when people become liberal, they can't keep up their birth rate. That's my problem.
Okay, so control the birth rate by um only
Through
gi- only giving married mothers who have completed their family access to the pill, and before that, and regulating the supply and saying, it would be like a kind of pat on the head. Well done, thank you for completing your family. Well done for your 4 children or whatever number it is. That you can turn it into something that they actually might want. I mean, this kind of state approval, this government approval, there are ways of nudging people into doing the right thing. So I don't know why Skyworks is saying forced sex. Why is he talking about rape?
well, you're allowed to have sex with your captive slave women.
No, how it would work if you have captive slave women would be, okay, they would have the presumption of manumission. And if you were to have sex with them, you would have to run a brothel and then have sex with them through the brothel and pay them the going rate for each act of sexual service provided. You can't just sort of rape them randomly.
You have you possess them. You have the Quran says that you have access to these women who your right hand possesses.
Okay, so you
Well,
capture all
Zakir Naik,
these.
whatever his name is, believes in sex slavery. He openly says that it's okay.
Okay, I don't know exactly what he said, but it's just his opinion, and I'm
Okay,
saying
well,
yes.
he's a pretty uh what's it called, well-respected Muslim scholar.
Okay, well, he's exiled from India and sought asylum in Malaysia, and he's not in a position to implement anything. He's not a
Okay, and he
judge.
got Arabia's highest honor. Okay, he did get Arabia's highest honor, and he does believe that, um, he was. But India is not a Muslim country, so who cares what they did to him? Let's see. Saudi Arabia likes him, and that's all that really matters. And he gets crowds, and he's a very popular Muslim scholar.
But he wouldn't get any. Okay, he would
He
be
got
just an
he
opinion.
got the highest award from Saudi Arabia for his Islamic scholarship. So he's not.
Okay, but now he's an asylum seeker living in Malaysia.
Yeah, in a Muslim
So
country that accepted him. He was thrown out of a Hindu country. Who cares?
okay, so he's just an asylum seeker in Malaysia, and he's been told to shut up because he
No, he
some
has not by the
things.
Muslim world, not by Hindus, but not by Muslims.
He's actually been told to shut up by the Malaysian government because a few of the things he says has been considered to be racially
Where was he told
inflammatory.
to shut up? Hold on. Zakir Naik was told to shut up by the Malaysian government.
Yes, for making racially inflammatory comments
That's
about the
racially, that
Chinese
he
and the
didn't, not
Muslims.
because of his hardline Islamic stance, because he made a racist comment.
It's all irrelevant. I don't know why you keep harping on about it because if
Because sex
secular
slavery is part of Islam and can easily be interpreted into it.
Okay. Here's how sex slavery would work. You capture yourself a few slave girls. They are entitled to the right of manumission. You ask them if they want to work as prostitutes in your licensed brothel in a red light district, and they can say, no, we'd rather clean toilets, be cooks, and look after children. No, we don't want to work as prostitutes, and you have to respect that. But if they say, yes, we don't mind being prostitutes working in your licensed brothel because we will be able to obtain a manumission earlier, then you have to provide a safe working environment for them in
Claire,
your
this is
licensed
your
brothel.
bizarre,
No,
bizarre
it's not
interpretation.
bizarre. I'm telling you how it's going to work. You can't just randomly rape your women that you want to have sex with
Well,
just because.
according to these Muslims, you
Okay,
can.
well, screw them. It's not going to happen. Is it going to happen in your country? Do you want it to happen in your country?
If Muslims take over, it would, yes.
No, it wouldn't because it's a war situation
Well,
anyway.
they believe
So,
they're at
so
war
I
with
mean,
us, and
in
if
what
they,
circumstance would you be capturing slave girls except as a soldier and a conquering soldier?
yeah, well, yeah, well, if they do believe in, if we like, stop the spread of Islam, they do believe in enacting war against us. And there are two houses. There's one of peace that you are with Muslims, and there's one at war where you are with Muslims. And I mean, the with non-Muslims, and sometimes that turns into an actual, like, real declared war, especially if that one nation is saying, no, we're not going to tolerate this, creeping Sharia in our country anymore. We know what you're up to. We know you want to institute Sharia, and we're going to ban it. And that would be an instance for Muslims to go to war because we ban Sharia.
Yeah, but they're so fucking weak anyway. So I don't know what you're just conjuring up any demon to find a reason not to do it. But anyway, you know
And
that.
there's lots of demons. You're just conjuring. If there's any demon, that means there's at least one, which means there's a problem. So,
No, but no, you can think of any spurious reason not to do
not
it. Like,
spurious,
oh,
thinking about spurious
we might have to
reasons.
execute witches. It's like it's not in the Quran. But okay, the worst case scenario is that you're going to say, oh, there'll be some evil people in the future, and they'll get it into their heads that they want to execute sorcerers and witches, and oh, it'll happen. Oh dear, better not do it then. That's what you're doing, and then you're going to
Well,
find
I
something
was just
else.
talking about sex slavery, which is really is, and that there's people in that woman. I mean, there are people who call for sex slavery in the Middle East in their parliaments and stuff like that of the Yazidi women and things like that. So these are proper interpretations that like people understand and are part of parliamentary discussions in the Middle
Sorry,
East.
which parliament is this?
Let's look. Let's see who that woman was that called for sex slavery. Female Muslim politician calls for sex slavery. Sex slavery, okay, in Islam says female Kuwait. She was from Kuwait.
What's that?
She was from Kuwait. The woman was from Kuwait that said that she's a Kuwaiti politician and she's trying to bring back sex slavery for
Can you put the link
non
of whatever where you read it from?
this International Business Times, sex slavery, okay, in Islam says female Kuwaiti politician.
Okay, it doesn't sound like it's particularly reliable. It sounds a bit vague, and I see that. I see the link that Stephen posted earlier from the Atlantic. The Atlantic is a neocon publication, so people should just discount it. Whatever it says, it will be trying to make Trump supporters look bad. It will make anyone who's a social conservative look bad, and the Russians look bad. It's already a given. So the Atlantic is a kind of neocon house magazine, not to be taken seriously, with certainly a large pinch of salt. So, and we know that accusing people of something that is a death that attracts a death penalty is the quickest way of getting rid of inconvenient people who challenge your regime. So I guess that's why they have it in Saudi. But I guess it would be applied mainly to women who get a bit uppity. I mean, look at the stupid article in 2013. The sorceress was naked. The sight of her bare flesh. It's like it's a work of fucking fiction, isn't it?
Yeah, well, these people, this is, if you give them, this is what happens when you give brown people a Quran. This is what starts happening.
What?
They start executing people for witchcraft.
Oh, like white people don't do that sort of thing.
Not anymore. And I'm not a Christian. I'm not talking about white
You're an
Christians.
American, and we've all heard of the
Yeah, well,
Salem
I'm
witch
not, but I
trials.
don't, yeah, but I'm not defending that. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not like a Muslim who defends the Quran and brown people. I don't defend the Bible. And I don't defend white people in that I think that I do say they have weaknesses and I do say that there's things wrong with them and that they're not going to get out of it unless they genetically engineer themselves out of it. So
Look,
there's a big difference between those two things.
in every age, there will be an in group and an out group. If you're not in the mainstream, you'd be in the fringes of politics, and sometimes these people in the fringe get executed or persecuted. This is how it's
Yeah, well,
always
it shouldn't
been.
be that way. And to you, that's tolerable, but it's
No,
not
I'm
the
just
right way.
stating a fact. Obviously, people shouldn't be deprived of their rights just because the outside they fall outside the mainstream. I'm not suggesting they should be persecuted and executed, but they will be marginalized. And I'm saying that we should have free speech in order to discuss these things in a sensible way, because maybe these fringe people have a point. Maybe they're the ones who are right and the mainstream is wrong. So I always favor free speech. And I would always support the First Amendment. And I'm saying also that the First Amendment is supported in chapter 2 by chapter 2 verse 256 in the Quran. And I'm saying that secular Quranism is accommodating to people who are not in the mainstream. It will allow them to say what they want to say, but obviously suffer some loss of status because they're not mainstream. But nothing bad is going to happen to them, and their human rights will be protected. The human rights in the Quran.
Okay, well, the whole fucking thing, now well, then I don't know why Muslim societies don't operate like countries that anyone wants to live in because they just don't, and there's
You've
something
never
wrong.
visited a Muslim country.
I don't
All
need.
you know.
I didn't live in Nazi Germany either, but I didn't need to live there. No, I don't want to live there. I never lived in communist Russia either.
Okay, so you're saying all Muslim countries are shitholes, and that you're the final opinion. I mean, maybe there are Muslims living in their shithole countries who say, "Oh, well, we don't think our country is a shithole."
Then why are they all
Oh,
moving here? Why doesn't anyone move to their countries and let's
because people just move
liberalize
around. I mean,
and
there are all
westernize and
kinds of
don't.
white people everywhere in the
I know.
world,
Oh,
aren't
yeah, the
there?
mass immigration of white people out of the West into. You're so right. We're just fleeing the West into Islamic countries.
Well, there are lots of people in the West who can't get a job in the West and go to China, all kinds of places. They're
There's
called
not
rootless
mass immigration.
cosmopolitans.
There's not mass immigration of whites into other countries. It's not like we're fleeing here, and we just can't stand living here anymore and want to go and live amongst Muslims. That's just not what's happening.
Oh, there are quite a few people in the UAE, in Dubai, and they seem quite happy there.
Yeah, I know, but it's not. They're not having mass white immigration to the point that they're being, oh God, there's so many white people. They're taking over all of our jobs and our civilization and changing everything. That's not happening over there.
Okay, it doesn't in a way it doesn't matter, because I think even the white people who live abroad, you think, well, we'd rather be at home. It's hard for us to find women to marry us as a rootless cosmopolitan, and people would just rather live in the country of their birth, being close to family and friends, where they went to school and whatever. So, this globalization of the world is not even serving the people who might be regarded as enviable, i.e., these rootless cosmopolitans, these expats, as the British used to call the British who were born and grew up in a country not their own. But anyway, this is and I think for this reason, because everybody is now living in somebody else's country. Not everybody, but many people. We shouldn't get too mean about foreigners because it might blow up in our faces. And it's only the people who've never left the country who want to kick everyone out yesterday. And so these things have to be managed. I mean, nobody wants to be rounded up and kicked out. So these things have to be, gradually managed, and maybe people might just happily go back if the job's for them back home. I mean, does anybody want to become an, illegal migrant? All these people south of the border who, keep coming to America. I'm sure they'd be very happy, being in Venezuela and Brazil and all those places, if only there were jobs for them. And I'm afraid it is your government that is making things difficult for a lot of people around the world with its foreign policy.
Okay, so
Neoconservatism and
okay.
neoliberalism, which Americans themselves hate, and they want to fight it through Donald Trump, and he and his supporters are being marginalized by Project 65 and all kinds of underhanded, intimidatory tactics to suppress opposition. And yes, in theory, Americans have all these constitutional rights, but what good are they if nobody follows it or enforces it? And therein is the problem. No point having these rules if you're not going to follow it. No point having a recipe book if you never consult it when you cook your dish. And unfortunately, a lot of things are going wrong, and nobody will even make the. They're not even going to make the arguments. I mean, look at Stephen. He won't even say what, he just feels that in order to be with his gang, he'll have to, shit on it. Secular Quranism and Muslims and Islam, because otherwise he'll be kicked out of his, Islamophobic group, where they're not allowed to talk about it seriously. That's why he shuts us up. Oh, you're being autistic for talking about theology again. Can't you see God doesn't exist? Yes, and then he denies that he's pandering to these shit for brains people who are all anonymous anyway. And yes, people like George and Thomas Barton Rees. I mean, I noticed that Thomas Barton Rees doesn't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to talk about Jews except in this sort of pretend, this pretend way. Talking about the Rothschilds and all that. It's like, yeah, they're just a banking family. And Lord Rothschild of Britain, well, he converted to Anglicanism ages ago, or his family did. So, but he's not, he's just going to pretend to be a conspiratard, so nobody will take him seriously. I mean, I don't support conspiracy theories because I want to be taken seriously. So let's see when Rothschild converted to Anglicanism.
And then they come
Fourth
up. So now
Baron.
they're saying, okay, you're not allowed to rape your slave girls. You can only have sex with them. But if someone is your slave, that's like a degree of oversight you have over them. They're your owned property. So the idea that this is like consensual and that the woman has an equal footing in this relationship is ridiculous. Oh, you're my slave, but I own everything. I own you. I own when you can go in and out and all these other kinds of things. But, and I'm going to pressure you into having sex with me, and that's okay. I'm your owner and I'm pressuring you into having sex with me, but since I'm not raping you, everything is fine.
Well, usually people just marry their slave girls.
Not usually. I mean, you don't have to marry your slave girl. And just because, why are they slaves in the first place? They don't want to be fucking owned by you.
Look, why do men join the army? I mean, it is for women and booty, and women are booty. So I just don't see why you're pretending to be shocked that slavery. I mean, people fight wars in order to get booty and slave women, slave men. I mean, that was why wars were fought to take other people's stuff and take their, you know, women
Yeah,
and
well,
children.
they institutionalize this into like, they want this to be an institution of, yes, that war is meant about getting women that you can, like, pressure into marrying you because she doesn't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah, well, that that's how the cookie crumbles.
Okay, well, that's Islam. Okay, well, then
No,
I
it's
don't.
not Islam. I'm just saying people were doing that before. It was a
Well, it's
convention of war.
codified.
Why the fuck would you fight a war if not to take other people's stuff? If it's an aggressive war. That's always been the way. Wars are about territory and booty.
Are Muslims allowed to punish their slaves?
Of course. I'm
Okay,
sure they
so
do. I
so
mean, it's like, of course they're going to discipline the slave if it doesn't work and stuff.
okay, so what's to stop a Muslim man from disciplining a woman who doesn't want to sleep with him?
Obviously, a man is entitled to have sex with his wife. And
No,
if she
his
says, I
slave
never
girl.
want to have sex with you, then,
We're
then I
talking about
guess.
his slave girl. Don't change the subject. What about his slave girl? And he says, "Well, if you don't have sex with me, I'm going to beat you."
No, no, I was trying to explain to you how it would work, which is that you'd have to. I mean, this is how it would work if you had slave girls and you asked them, and you wanted them to be prostitutes in your licensed brothel. So you put them in your licensed brothel, and obviously there is a going rate, right, that you have to pay them for whatever sexual services you want them to perform, and you have to pay them properly, and then that goes
They're
towards
still
their.
slaves. These are slave prostitutes that can't escape their slavery.
No, they will when they finally manumit themselves.
Yeah, after they were taken captives away from their families and traumatized and given Stockholm syndrome, and then we're supposed to believe that these men who kidnapped them and enslaved them are going to say, well, do you want to have sex with me? This is just absurd.
There is a verse which I guess you're not familiar with, but anyway, it says, do not compel your girls into prostitution, do not compel your slave girls into prostitution if they wish to remain chaste. Haven't we discussed that? Anyway, that's
Yes,
what
but
it says.
they're still slaves, and the
Okay,
idea that
you're back to you wanting to abolish slavery or wanting not to reintroduce slavery. Is that your position?
well, yes, but I'm saying that there's a particular, if you have a woman as your slave and you're allowed to have sex with her, you're her master. Like the idea that she can just say no, it's not that easy. It's not like you're putting her in a precarious position. You're you know
Well,
you're
it's
you're
too bad if you're a slave. I mean, come on.
okay. Well, this is the world that Muslims want.
No, it's how it works when people. It's a war situation, isn't it? I mean, why do people fight wars? But to get people's territory and the people, and to get slaves. I mean, people trafficking is a form of slavery. It's ancillary to slavery, isn't it?
When people human trafficking,
Yes, it's a branch of slavery.
yes,
But
it's a branch of slavery. Yes, it is a branch of slavery.
and already lots of women in the West. I mean, they do come to be slaves and work in brothels. Because they have their passports taken off them, and.
we don't want master
No,
slave
no, the thing is,
relationships.
we are, even those of us who are not slaves, we are the slaves of our government. The government can pass any law taking, well, executing us even, maybe, if it wanted to, take away our property, take away our rights. The government routinely does these things. We are the slaves of our government.
That's not slavery. There's different, you say, oh, because the government has some power, so therefore we can enslave people, and it's the
Well, they
same.
can. I mean, unless you have constitutional rights. Oh, but you know, if you have constitutional rights, but in practice the government ignores them, then I guess you are like a slave. You are a slave to Congress.
Okay, then, yeah, I mean, you're just coming in and saying to Americans, you're all slaves, so therefore Muslim can keep captive slave women, and it's equivalent. That's
No, the
your.
idea is that if you have slavery in practice, you might as well regulate it properly so people know their rights instead of being so hypocritical and just not being able to accept the reality of things. I mean, a lot of people complain about being wage slaves. So
Oh,
the concept is not unknown.
Khalid is here. Let's see if Khalid wants
Or a
to
debt
come on.
slave.
Not
Is
Khalid. Narish is here.
oh good.
Let's see if Narish
Somebody
can come on.
sensible.
Narish, I'm posting the link in the comments, so Narish can come on. I mean, this, it just has to, you have to, like, finally, you just have to parse all this apart, because, and then, it's just like, if things have these kinds of why are there no violent interpretations of the Amish religion? Like, it's because it can't be interpreted that way. Why are there
The
no
Amish are Christians.
Okay, why are there no violent Jehovah's Witnesses? Because the religion can't be interpreted that way. There's no way to interpret the religion that way. There's obviously negative ways of interpreting Islam that are valid because so many Muslims
No,
support it.
because the New Testament doesn't say anything. And anyway, Jehovah's Witnesses, have rights, in the West.
No, but what I'm saying is that the religion doesn't lend itself to these types of practices. There's no mass a Jehovah's Witness sex slavery rings on Earth. Okay, it just doesn't happen.
No, you already live in you
Okay,
already live in a liberal
can you tell me where
democracy.
there's mass organized Jehovah's Witness violence? Where's that happening in the
Yeah,
world?
because you don't do these things.
Yeah, I know. Well, Muslims do, and there's a reason, because it goes along with their interpretations. It makes sense.
Think, okay, why don't you cite an example of Muslim violence, and then we can talk about that.
You want me to actually find so you're saying there's
Yeah,
no
no,
such
no,
thing as
just off the top of your head, give me an example of the kind of Muslim violence you're complaining about.
Well, ISIS was started by a guy with a PhD in Islam, so I don't think that their interpretations are really all that fucked up.
Okay, have you heard that ISIS was started by the American government because because they're basically mercenaries, right? And there's something wrong with the Western birth rate, and even if the birth rate were healthy, I guess white men in America don't particularly want to join the army. They can't see the point in being sent to Iraq or Afghanistan to be ignored, you know, after they suffer from PTSD and stuff like that. And that's why Trump is always going on about the vets, because he knows there is a constituency of resentment of these white working class men who joined the American armed forces, got injured, suffer from PTSD, and was basically ignored by their government, who are not interested in helping them after they come back injured, missing a limb or their might. And therefore the Americans thought, we'll just use we'll just use these stupid Muslims. It's easy to get them to fight each other because they're so fucking stupid. And we can give them any kind of propaganda, and they'll just go and join ISIS in droves, and topple Assad, and topple, well, anybody we want, we sick them onto. And that's basically what was done. Americans use Mercenaries, because they don't want the bad publicity of white American soldiers coming back in body bags, right?
Yeah,
So they
well,
use these dumb Muslims who'll fight anyone at the drop of a hat.
yeah, well, they lend themselves to that, and and I mean, they're less likely to think about it. They're not white, so they're less likely to be like, "What am I
I
doing?
think they're
Why?"
male. It's because they're male. The Muslims have more children, and proportionately more of them are young men of fighting age who are prepared to fight anyone at the drop of a hat.
And they also don't
And
ask questions. They don't ask questions. They don't wonder. They don't, sit there and be like, "Why am I doing this? Is this really moral? Is this really like, okay? Who's telling me to do this? What kind of person are they?" They don't think about those kinds of
yeah,
things.
young men don't think like that. They
Well,
just
white
join
people
for booty
often.
and
That's why
women.
we're rebellious.
I mean, there was the French Foreign Legion was the same idea, right?
Yeah, but we evolved past all this, and these people
No,
don't want
no,
to evolve past all that.
you already have. Okay, you have your empire, and the people themselves are not prepared to fight for it.
Yeah,
That's
because
why
now
it's
educated.
declining.
They're too educated now. They know too much.
No, they're just too lazy, and
They know too much. Yeah,
they already have access to cheap pussy in their own country. So why would they go and get themselves killed, raping the local women? They can be gay. They can go to a singles bar and score. You can go on Tinder. They don't need any, to bust a gut traveling to foreign countries.
yeah, yeah. We evolved past that, and we're not. You can't get us all rah 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 anymore because we've studied our
Because
government.
the average age of any Western country is 40, and that's when, uh, well, the fighting age for men is 18 to 40.
Well, yeah, maybe, yeah. Well, I mean, part of it, yes, our culture, because we are older, are a little bit too wise, maybe to do something like that. Now, that too much wisdom. It's not just about youthful vigor. It's also about the fact that, okay, when I was 18 years old, I didn't really know what the government was and who these people were and what my beliefs were and what was right and what was wrong, and I didn't know all that. And now I know all that, and so I'm less likely. But also, it just has to do with education, and also has to do with just the fact that white people evolve over, like, there's a flag in my face that I'm supposed to salute, so let me go run out and murder people. They questioned that. They went above that and said, okay, maybe, they in here in the West, yeah, they do target. They like targeting minorities to get into the army because they know white people are gonna be like, why am I sitting in this muddy trench with a stick up my ass? Like, what the fuck? They're gonna start questioning things like that, and they're gonna wonder, does this really make sense? Am I fighting for myself here? Am I fighting for what I believe in? Like, and just and also like having your own personal opinion. Yeah, Muslims are more unified. We all believe the same thing. We're not white people. We don't have all these different opinions amongst ourselves. We're more of a mute race, and we all kind of get along in one like colony, like a blob. And no, I'm not going to think that hard about why am I in this ditch? Do I really believe in this war? Who is my leader? Are they really a good person? What did those other people on the side of the war do? Anything? Did they do anything, or is this political manipulation? Is this for wealth? Is this for money? Like, why am I doing this? Like, they're less likely to ask those types of questions. So they're, yeah, they are better soldiers. They're better soldiers. It's like being a better robot. Like, sometimes people are too smart to work. Like some people, their problem that they're not able to work because they're too smart. Because you know what, why am I doing, like, I don't want to go and do this for what? I don't want to buy a Ferrari. Like most people, why do you go to work? Well, I want to have a house. I want to have a car. I want to have this. Like some people, that doesn't work for them. What am I going to work for? I don't want a fucking house. I don't care about life. You know what I mean? These things aren't important to me. And so yeah, it's harder for me to get up and like spend 12 hours in an office because I'm just like, like I'm a little not as shallow. I'm not that shallow. It's like, I'm not taken in by all this material possessions, so you can't get me to work 12 hours a day because I'm not
Okay,
looking for.
then you don't want to work, you don't get to eat. Okay.
Well, you eat, but maybe you just can't get them to work that much, or they're not going to work that. You can't put a stick in front, a carrot in front of them and say, "Walk, donkey, walk." It's just they're less hard to manipulate, and people like that, yeah, they're going to be less like less warriors, and they're going to want more, and just make society better and make it so that there isn't war. Don't get rid of your educated population and demonize them just because a bunch of brown Muslims are willing to come in and be cannon fodder for you.
Or at least they're useful to the government,
Yeah,
unlike the
a malicious
unfit
government.
young men who
Yeah,
are the white indigenous.
yeah, evil people are good for evil governments, and that's what they're doing with these Muslims.
Well, if they're going to be useful, then that will be appreciated. Useful people are more
For
appreciated
evil.
than
Okay.
blobs who don't do the
Well, they
obvious.
wouldn't be they wouldn't be blobs if our ruling class were actually benevolent and made it so that our lives and our wages and our existence were good, and we didn't need to fear about being drafted into another war, or all of our tax money going into World War III and things like that. If we didn't have to deal with that, we wouldn't all be blobs. But we're blobs because we're too smart to just be malignant foot soldiers. We're too good to be malignant foot soldiers, and Muslims don't care about being malignant foot soldiers. So yes, of course, yes, take my life for whatever reason. I don't really care. Just put me in the trenches.
Okay, so what are you suggesting? You just want everything to continue where you have, these wise, useless people who don't want to work.
No, if it would then if people were better, inherently, and they were operating things better, people we would just advance.
Yeah,
People.
you don't have good government and you don't have people able to make your government better. That is your problem.
Yeah, because humanity needs to be remade. We need to genetically engineer ourselves into being more noble people. We're not going to make
But
it.
okay, just have a different, better moral system.
Because people will still be people.
Yes, with their appetite. So how are you going to make people better than they are? You have to change their beliefs
You have to
and
change
make them
their
follow
population.
different rules.
You have to
And
change their DNA. It's not. You have to change some
okay,
sort of.
well, you have to, invent the DNA changing machine or whatever.
We already have it. We already have genetic engineering. There's nothing stopping us from genetically engineering humans.
So, what have humans been genetically engineered into?
Nothing yet, but that doesn't mean that we can't start it tomorrow. We
Okay,
just
well, there's no need. I mean, there's no need. You want to do things the hard way, thinking you're going to.
you want to do
I
it.
mean, what do you want to genetically engineer people into doing?
Well, we want to make we would selectively breed people who are intelligent and benevolent. You know,
Okay, so how are you going to find these people?
well, you find people in the population who have the qualities that you want.
Okay, so intelligent and benevolent parents, do they always have intelligent and benevolent offspring?
It's more likely, and especially if we learn
Okay,
how to
it's more
genetically.
likely if the traditions that brought about the intelligent and benevolent parents were still existing when their children go to school.
Claire, under monogamous heterosexual marriage systems, plenty of dumb people got married, and stupid people and mean people, and it doesn't stop people. It's not like once you institute marriage that only good people get married. That's not what happens.
No, no, we don't know. Um,
Yes, we do
but
know because it didn't create
no,
equality.
no. I mean, I've told you that getting people to marry before they have children is a way of, it's a filter, it's a eugenic
If
filter,
you make
which you want
everyone
to
do it,
do
it's not
without.
eugenics.
You want to do without it, and I'm saying, yeah, and a lot of people have done without it. Most Americans are bastards. You know it.
Yeah, but before that, it wasn't like our genetic
Okay,
quality was
before
so.
that, it's like, okay, it's happened. The worst has happened. And even Spacepan was saying, he was saying, the reason why all these infant boys get circumcised, even though they're not Jewish, it's because their retard mothers just tick the box in the form. They don't give a shit about their sons, foreskin. And, and,
They,
and and the reason why you get so much transgenderism pushed onto elementary school children is that these unmarried mothers don't give a shit either about the shit that their children are being taught, indoctrinated with at elementary school. So that is a problem, and you don't want to fix that. You'll just sort of beat about the bush and talk about, all kinds of things that have no chance of happening, rather
genetic
than
engineering has no chance of
no,
happening.
no. No, it's less likely to happen en masse than telling people that it's got to stop. That pumping up bastards, stupid sluts pumping up bastards, is the problem. But then men want sluts to be stupid so they can fuck them. Yes.
Okay, well, then we're going to resemble something closer to Pakistan, and that's horrible. I don't
I
really
don't
want
see
to.
how we. Well, in Pakistan they don't. They
Yeah,
don't
we would
tolerate
resemble something
unmarried
more.
mothers, do they? At
Well,
least Pakistan
I don't want to
doesn't.
live in Pakistan or Turkey or Arabia or Iran or
So you have
any
to
of.
make America a better place. And I'm telling you what the problem is, and you seem to be denying the
No,
problem.
your
Spacepan
solution.
acknowledges it.
Your no, I do acknowledge that there's a problem. What I say the problem is that when you become liberal, you lose your reproduction. And I'm saying just find a way to artificially, in some way, increase reproduction, and that's it. And even if that
Okay,
means
so your way, the means to do what you want to do doesn't even exist,
no,
does it?
surrogacy exists. Surrogacy exists. Yes, it does.
Yeah, but how much did it cost Elton
It would.
John and his.
Okay, well, it's going down, but also Elton John didn't do it as like as a like community corporation cost cutting form of doing it. It's not being done on mass.
Yeah,
And
it
like
can't be
okay,
done en masse because it
then
is
socialize
high
motherhood.
maintenance. Yes,
Yes,
and medically
whatever's high. Yes,
complicated.
white civilization is high maintenance, and you brown people don't want to uphold it, and so you're just going to let it turn into shit.
Oh, brown people just
That
think, well, if man and woman having sex can produce children, we'll just make them
Yeah,
marry
dumb
before
old
they have
Brockway,
bastards.
yeah,
Stupid,
troglodyte,
degenerate
old.
bastards.
Don't invent. Stop the white way. No invention. Stop the science. Stop it all. Stop the women's rights and the children's rights, and get rid of it all and just usher in Pakistan for everyone, and everything will be fine. And when our women drink bottles of bleach to escape us, we'll just say, "Oh, it's a way of life. She was a silly girl anyway. She didn't know she was in paradise."
Are Pakistani women known for drinking bleach? I thought it
Well,
was an
they do it. I
American
mean,
thing.
Pakistani women do try to escape their livelihoods. Yes, and they do kill themselves from overly, it's just and yes, that women are just gonna just have to deal with it, and children will just have to deal with it, and you know what I mean. Everyone's just gonna be unhappy, and men aren't really gonna want to be with their wives in marriage.
Well, I mean, people have tried sexual liberation for 50 years. They're not happier.
Not that what to say that they're not happier. We don't know that they're not happier. And first of all, they're not going back. They're not saying, "Oh God, we made a mistake. Let's just rush back into the way things were." No, they would
Nobody's
rather
even thinking about it. They're
they
not
would
even
rather kill
thinking
themselves.
about it.
They would
I mean,
women.
look at the people we deal with. They can't even say what needs. They don't even want patriarchy.
Yeah,
They don't even dare to
if
ask for it.
you
They're so
give
fucking
women
pathetic.
if you give women a choice, they would rather it this way
No,
than the way
fuck.
it
No,
was.
no, don't even ask the women. They don't know what they want.
Well, they're making it clear by not marrying and not having children, they don't
Yeah,
want to be
yeah.
with
So
men.
well, it's up to men to figure out a solution to their problem.
Yeah, well, men don't want that solution either. You act like every single man on earth wants it your way,
Okay,
and
I
like,
guess they're just not fit to breed, and I guess they'll just have to die,
well,
childless or
there's
gay or
very few of them.
sterilized.
Yeah, well, this is why your solution is just going to get rid of all white people, and then it's just going to be a bunch
No,
of
no,
brown.
no. White people have the option of repentance.
They don't want to. They don't want to live your
Okay, and I
way.
guess I mean, they're all saying we'd rather die. I guess they will rather die. And you know, when they die, I guess, you know, non-white people will replace them because they, you know, currently control valuable resources and systems. And, you know, if they don't want to produce children to carry on running these things, then I guess other rails will step in.
Well, then I hope. Well, then look, I have to write a letter to the Japanese government, and I'm just going to tell them, look, if you do not invent these artificial wombs, or you do not start some mass surrogacy program in your country, you're going down. You're disappearing. You're not. And you know,
Anybody who is following Western social policy will disappear. It doesn't matter about the race. It doesn't matter if you're brown or black or white or
well,
yellow.
not if there was not if
If you
there
don't
was.
have
Oh,
children, you're going to
yeah.
be living in an aging and shrinking society.
Okay, our only problem, we have one problem, and that is reproduction. And all we need to do is fix that one problem.
Okay, and the one problem is the all the marriage substitutes that your government is currently allowing. So you abolish all the marriage substitutes. And marriage substitutes are sodomy and fornication.
Yeah,
So
I know. I Yeah,
make
well, we
these
would rather.
sexual offences, and people will start marrying young again. And oh yes, and repeal all the feminist
Yeah,
legislation
okay,
and
good luck getting
affirmative
that even
action.
across in not even right wing Christians want that. Not even right wing
Yeah, okay,
Christians.
I don't respect Christians. I think they're retards, and
Okay,
you
well,
know
that they don't
they
even want
worship
that.
the
Where are you going to get
anti-Semites who
support for
worship
this
a dead Jew.
if they don't even want that? I have to write to South Korea and Japan. I'm going to write a whole article, and I'm just going to be like, look, if you're Japanese or South Korean, you really need to invent this, because otherwise Islam is coming in, and good luck to your civilization. I mean, if it's
They just need to kick out liberal democracy,
well, I'm just saying,
and
be.
so do you.
I'm not saying kick out liberal democracy.
Well, it's a problem. I mean, you know, it was what George Washington, in his farewell speech, warned you against, and you've been ignoring it for centuries. He meant it. And what he
Well,
warned you against has happened. So stop looking around pretending you haven't seen it. He said don't form political parties because it will be the end of you. And he said, and this is how it's going to happen, and it has happened, and you're still pretending not to understand. And maybe if you guys did it first, then everybody else will follow suit. But somebody's got to do it.
no, like it's like everyone always knocks we learn in America in one of the reasons was they brought black people over because the natives were such bad slaves, and one of their practices was that the women, when they would get pregnant, they would climb up into a tree, give birth, or they would climb a tree with their baby and then throw it down and smash its head on the rocks because they didn't want it to be a slave. They said, we're being taken over and we're being made into slaves, and we'd rather our children be dead. And this is like some sign of weakness, and like, oh well, that's why you lost. Like, okay, if it did come down to it, I think white people would throw their children in ovens before they actually allowed them to be part of the system. Just that you're implying, and I would promote that. I would say, if this is what's coming, then kill your children.
So if what is coming?
If what you're proposing is
What, secular Quranism? I
yes,
mean,
yes,
I
then kill your children. Then kill your children. I mean, if there's no hope at that, then yes, don't let them be slaves. I mean, murder them. I mean, give them cyanide or something like
slaves of
that.
whom?
If they're if if what you're proposing is the only way for us to continue, then there's no reason to continue. It's pointless to continue like that.
Right. Okay. So basically, you a homosexual is saying you would rather die than be forced to marry a woman of your own race to father children with her, to father legitimate children with her. But I mean, don't you accept that heterosexual men might not feel the same aversion to you
Well,
as you do.
obviously they are because they're not doing it.
Okay,
So
so I guess that that they're happy to become extinct, and this will happen anyway. So you don't
well,
even
then
need to do anything
I just
extra. It's already happening.
I hope that there's no white people left to live in that world because that would be a very sad place for them. And I
What would be the saddest bit of all?
it would just be a more static civilization, and it wouldn't go with white people's need for freedom and exploration and differences. And if it's just not something that I would want to live in. You
So
know what I mean?
what do you think you might not be allowed to do that you desperately need to do, and
Well,
if you can't do it, you're going to kill yourself? Did I say you couldn't be gay?
no, but you wouldn't allow me to get married, and I'd have to hide it, and all
But you
these.
can still live with your husband.
Yeah, I know, but I don't want to live as like some kind of
Okay,
like second
what
class
you're saying is
citizen.
that you're not prepared to make any sacrifices. You basically don't want anything to change, but you want everything to change.
I
Um,
want one thing to change, and that is the birth rate, and that means finding new novel ways of increasing the birth rate.
okay,
And
nobody's stopping you from
okay, well, I'm saying it's either that way, or yes, then white people would just be like, well, we would just rather just die out and fine, let everyone take everything else over, but we're not going to live the way you want us to
Okay,
live.
so basically, you hate your women so much, and you're so hopeless that you don't think you can do anything to fix a problem
No, I
of your
can't.
women
I don't want women.
being basically promiscuous and yeah, promiscuous.
Well, the idea is to allow people.
So heterosexual men in the West are basically saying, we are helpless against our promiscuous women, and we won't marry them because we we we're too lazy to change the law. We're too scared to propose changes in the law, and therefore we will just let ourselves become extinct.
Hold on one
That's
second.
what you're saying.
Hold on one second. Come on. Okay, Claire, we've been on here for about 4 hours now, 4 hours,
Mm-hmm.
and I have to go. I'm going to do something.
Yeah.
So it was nice talking, but I mean, I'm going to talk to Khalid tomorrow. But I don't like that he comes from this. Oh, what do Ahmadis make up? Less than 1% of the Islamic population, and it's a little bit annoying for him to act as though everyone else is wrong and he's the right one, and like his version of Islam is right. That's just like a Mormon
Well, I mean,
saying that.
he's bound to say that. I mean, obviously, he look. You think you're better than him because whatever, and for some, you just have to give cogent reasons, right? I mean, all he's saying is that Islam makes men and women more prepared to marry each other and stay together for the sake of the children. He's not even saying anything complicated.
No, but he denies, like, whatever anyone else does, it's wrong. And any example that a Muslim does that's inappropriate is just not real Islam. And he's the one who knows real Islam. And, like, but nobody agrees with him. And he's not even viewed as a Muslim. Muslims don't even count him as a Muslim. He has to put on, if he's in Pakistan, he has to put it on his driver's license that he's not a real Muslim. It's just like, it's just not really fair for
Okay, you
him.
want a high status Muslim to talk to? Is that what you mean?
Well, I want a Muslim who's actually a Muslim, and not. And I'm going to bring this up that what he says. I mean, if 99% of Islam is going to disagree with him, then it's not really, valid. And he's living in a, and
Okay, so you have to decide on the top Muslim, and you were saying, oh, it's Saudi Arabia, and I'm sure a lot of Muslims will say, well, House of Saud is a rule unto their own, and we don't quite dare criticize them because it might have implications of our ability to do our pilgrimage, to do their Hajj. So, but they complain about the Saudis all the time. I mean, I know for a fact that they do complain. But if you want, okay, how do we best determine which is the highest status Muslim country? And I'm saying it's Iran because it's only Iran that America gets hot under the collar over. It doesn't. America doesn't go on about Pakistan or it doesn't want to talk about Afghanistan now because they were kicked out. The Americans were kicked out of Afghanistan. But it's Iran, isn't it? I mean, Iran is a country. It used Islam to get their country back. That's what the Iranians did. And I would say, yes, they are the most high status Muslim country, but then the rest of the Ummah are Sunnis, and the Sunnis are going to say, "Ooh, they're just Shias. They're a bit stupid, and they've done a few things wrong," and it's like. Okay, that's my opinion about who the most high status Muslim is. It would be Imam Khomeini, who's on Twitter actually, and he tweets in English an awful lot. But of course, you won't get any Muslims agreeing with you. But anyway, what's the point? I mean, why do you even want Muslims to agree with you? They're completely fucked up. They don't know what they're doing, and they're still looking for approval. They want to be patted on the head by the white man and be told that their Islam is okay and liberal and whatever, and they're losing their identity and their principles. And it's the same with Jews too. They're not exactly unified, and the only religious leader that nominally has supreme authority is the Pope, but the Pope cuts to the liberal order. And so the most powerful country in the world is America, the world's #1 superpower, but Biden is not going to be around forever. He may not be around next November. So we don't know, and this is the problem. You can't get anything solved if you don't have some ultimate or theoretical authority. And by the time you find somebody who's nominally in charge, they're no longer in charge. And you can't carry on like that. This is the mechanical problem of Western civilization.
Okay, Claire, let me go.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.